and fluid. When we're creating something, co-creating something, there's always something unfolding. So whatever I'm telling you right now, there could be more. There could be, expansion. So keep posted, and that way we can stay connected on what's coming through in Hawaii. So that's going to be next July, I believe it's going to be the first weekend, but the dates are set for July 9 to 11, 2027. And it's going to be in the iconic Waikiki, the heart of Oahu, in the beautiful state of Hawaii. And yeah, the theme is Star Family Gathering. So family, Neil and I were talking about this. It's fun. It's a fun word because we're not talking about just our biological family. We're talking about intergenerational, intergenerational families as souls. We're talking about cosmic family, our cosmic lineage, our cosmic soul connections. And it's going to be a convergence of that. And we will discuss the future of humanity, future of education, of course, star children. And children are definitely, beyond invited. They are the stars of this convergence. And then we're also going to bring back the conversations around rite of passage.
Nice. So, Julie, is your vision to create a community that people can live together and build this kind of support that's needed, as opposed to what's called the nuclear family, right?
Yeah. Wow. And this is the seed of that. I really, this is why I want to create these kind of gatherings, whether it's live or online. Right now, this is where it's starting. Right. I would love to see that. And I know there are already villages around the world. And one of the things that I know it is in my mission to do is to just connect. Like there are schools out there that, are alternative schools with different visions. And how beautiful would it be if we can just connect all of that and have it all be expanded and have that global connection. And then eventually that cosmic connection.
Right. I mean, I think the world has to change in this direction. So you said, Neil, why did people come to this gathering? Because this is the future. This is all our futures. These children, these star children, are what we need to become as a new human being. That's really gets us into a whole new way of looking at the world and being, and our connection, really calling star children, because the whole UFO thing, not to get into that too much, is that we are part of a cosmos. We're part of the stars. We're part of a star community already. And there are people coming in, like our first guest, that are just going to talk about that and connect us to those realms. So this is important.
And I would like to just add one thing to that. I would encourage all of us to look at ourselves as the future already.
Yes, thank you.
In reality, depending on which reality you're looking at, there is no separation, right, between future and now. And this is it. We're living it.
Yeah, and you have that vision. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Just on that note, as you saying that, I've said so for so long that consciousness has to catch up with the technology, but I'm realizing that the world needs to catch up with our consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people that already know better ways to live. We already have the know-how, the books, the communities. We have people striving to be in integrity and be the best version of themselves every day. And so maybe that's where it starts, right? It starts with us becoming those individuals, and then the way this external reflection manifests, the more and more of us do that, the external world has no choice but to reflect how we feel internally.
Right. Your mic gets a little muffled, I think, if you talk too close to it. Yeah.
I'll change my mic.
Oh, yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway.
No, I like what you're saying. So, what did you want to introduce me? I just want to be like somebody showing up on camera.
Yeah. Well, okay. Most of the people who have joined here today has probably seen Alan on one of our programs. But Alan's the founder of New Realities. He's been doing this work ever since he can probably remember, and in the 90s, I think, was really when you began your public broadcasting station in New York. And then since then, Alan has not only been a pioneer of awareness and consciousness around the world, but he has worked with some of the most amazing individuals and continues to do so. Some of the people that we hold dear in our hearts in our own awakening, Alan has been one of the first interviews they've ever done, always on the cutting edge, always looking for what's the next level of consciousness, pushing the needle forward every single moment so that we can move into a greater reality. And now one of his biggest passions has been like this forever, but I think you've jumped in full throttle, is making contact. And the fact that we're not alone in the universe, and moving the conversation to nuts and bolts to really the consciousness conversation. So
making contact.
And then also he's one of my best friends and somebody I love very dearly.
Oh, that's nice. Yes, thanks, Neil. No, and we're going to do a big event so people know, if you're looking at this from England, UK, we're going to be in Glastonbury this coming weekend. Anyone in the neighborhood, please come by the Glastonbury Ascension conference. There's going to be some great people. And the theme of these conferences are the new human being, the new way, the new awakening. And it's new because there's a new energy coming online here. It's just the work that you're doing and the work of what the people coming on next. Do you want to bring them on, or do you want to do anything else before? I just was going to say the work of these, what Diane Hennessy found in these autistic children, is this amazing capacity of mind. And there she is, one of my favorite people there.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. So is Alex. Here
yes,
he is.
Alex.
Hi.
And when we asked Alex, we don't really like the word autistic. What should we call you? He said, right, Nancy? He said the gifted
ones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Julie, why don't you talk about why you wanted Nancy and Alex here, and I'll talk about how amazing they are.
Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? When you talk about making contact, Ellen, I genuinely believe that the children we are seeing in this generation, that's contact. That's contact right there. We can't ignore that. And I deeply honor that. I mean, we all know how adventurous it is to be on this planet. And we all chose to be here. And these children came to be here with a mission. And I know when we say children on the so-called spectrum, neurodivergent, etc. Wow, these guys, they really landed with a big mission. When I'm around, these children, their frequencies, it's not of this world. That's contact, guys. Really tune into that, and this is why I invited Nancy and Alex here today.
It's so interesting because when you were talking about the village, it takes a village. The beauty of these guys is that they came in remembering. So coming in remembering, and then they assemble the little tribes. And when I could go on 2 hours about that, because they come in knowing, remembering, and then being able to manipulate the environment to associate with the people that are going to get them where they need to be. And that happened with me and Alan, and me and you, Julie. What ended up happening is it's been incredible. One thing happens, and then it's another unfolding and another unfolding. And these guys like to talk about that, like how they came in remembering. I just want to see what he has to say about this. I have a smaller letter.
I was just going to introduce you first, Nancy. Nancy Erasmus is not only an incredible psychic and medium. She is a very loving and dedicated mother who knew that her child, even at a young age, it wasn't like the typical child, was a really special being. And she dedicated her life really to bringing out who Alex's potential really is. And they discovered the letterboard, and he just took off because he wasn't able to communicate. But he has so much to share. And thanks to Nancy's dedication to that message, he is starting to share it. And one of Alex's big mission is to help the other children realize their potential. And it's a worldwide mission. He is a key player in this. And sitting next to him, because I met him about a year or so ago, it is like being with all these incredible frequencies coming through one person. So sometimes he needs to focus on one thing, but it was like swimming with the whales. It's so vast. Alex's mind is so vast that he is in so many dimensions at once, that this is the new human being. This level of consciousness is the new human being that I think we can all rise up to, right, Nancy?
And it's very interesting because we've been talking about frequency, right? So talking about the frequency that they can tune into without an issue. Telepathy is probably the easiest thing they can do. A little bit more activity to try to prove it via the Zoom. We can do it. It's not necessarily what we usually talk about, even though it is that superpower. But the frequency that he's on, he can navigate into where you are, where I am, and where the other dimensions are. So that's what he came in with, this ability, even through spirit, angelic realm, all the dimensions. He's got connection to that.
Right. So let's talk to him and see. Do you want to ask him what he has to say? I mean, I have a million questions for him, Julie.
Yeah,
but
let's just see if he has something to say.
There he is, one of my favorite people, Alex Erasmus.
HAPP. Happy to go ahead. See. Go ahead. You. Happy to see you, Alan. HAPP. Happy to share the celebrity the celebrity stage. I'm happy to share the celebrity stage. He's so funny. He does think of you, my friend. He really does.
I know. I feel really close to him. And
yes,
let's get to some of the deep wisdom, because he says some stuff. It blows Nancy away when he starts to. He said, well, why are you here? Who are you? He says, I am an old sentient soul. That just blew us all away in one of our little meetings. So let's ask him some.
Okay. MAKIN, making me blush. Making me blush, Alan.
Well, you said it.
I love it.
But let's go to some deeper, how to bring the world together. What's his mission? How do we get everyone to a new level?
REACH, reaching normal trust in the in the universe. I'm SELEC. I'm selected to MAK to make more FIN fine tuning to human. That's beautiful. Okay. the human consciousness. I use my, go ahead. I use my, he's fast, my telepathy to make you all aware we are one. M-O-R, more, F-O-R, more forced to L-I, to live in P-U-N-I-S, in punished, that's tough, body, in punished body. So it's funny that he mentioned he's been having some, it's been tough navigating this dense meat suit.
Yeah.
And we've been working very hard, but the reason they are having this issue is they're here to be noticed.
Yeah.
They're here to be noticed. And I know he's taken a bullet for humanity.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. And as much as, I could sit here and the wisdom just will keep creeping out. But every day is a challenge. So to navigate in this way. So when he wants to help so much, he has to control himself in a way. When he was on stage with Diane in California at the expo, he really held himself together, and never easy. So I always want to talk about that, because he's been saying he'll bring it up to audiences, how hard it is. And I think once he does, then he's good. Once he admits the pain, the suffering, the difficulty, then he kind of gets into his groove, which is beautiful. He can then say, now, Alice, is there any truth to what I'm saying, or anything you want to add? R-E-A-L-L, really, T-R-U-S, trust, this, C-O-M-M, oh, it's beautiful, baby. Go ahead. Really trust this community. I'm kind of moving now, reaching more, L-I-T-T, more littles now. It's my, which one, babe? It's my job. Oh, I know what he means. Okay, it's my job now. So we work for a pretty well-known doctor doing spelling in his office, Dr. Robert Malillo, and Alex and I do demonstrations for parents and their 3 and 4 and 5-year-old children. And it has been life-altering for him to help these kids, help the parents be able to show that their kids are in there. That's been his goal, along with the spiritual side of this and awakening people in the spiritual side of it. And now I just believe more in the science spirituality, because it's all lining up. The consciousness, the disclosure, the children. Alex says he's Pleiadian. He goes into various hybrid fields. Let's put it that way.
Right.
He'll say certain things about that. He will absolutely say he is from the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So, and as we all are, really, right?
Yeah.
So,
I just want to take a moment and everyone can we just blast Alex with a shot of gratitude and love? Because I know deep in my heart, if we all do that right now, all at once, he can feel that. Ooh. Thank you, Alex, for being here. You and what you represent, you and the collective. And we honor you, we deeply respect you, and we know what you're up to, and we're grateful for it.
And contributions to your PBS
Julie, that was the first time that he looked at the camera. I don't know if you noticed, but that is
Yeah, and then he says in service to the consciousness of human beings.
yeah, it just was like oozing, you know, it was oozing. I just got so emotional, I had to stop, you know, and just collect.
And okay, here's the beauty. This is also why I invited Nancy and Alex to be here. Do you folks out there, the ones who are listening to this program, really tune in for a moment? Just breathe into your heart space. Tune into his frequencies and what he's sharing. Beyond the words, beyond the board, because it's if you really tune into that, it's pure, and it's goes right into your heart space. Just really open to that. This is why they're here. Whew.
The National Science Foundation.
And it's big. It is so big. And when he's doing his eye thing, he's what's his his body. Talk about
Yeah,
what's going.
it's so interesting, Alan. It's his control over his mind. It's also him connecting. So when we talk about, you know, we know the telepathy tapes and we talk about them. He can sort of catapult himself where he needs to go and connect. But he could be connecting with you guys right now, not necessarily the hill or other places. This is more him connecting to also his people to help him calm. And you did the same because you brought in that calm for our condition, the frequency. So he appreciated that. I could feel it. You know, you understanding him. But this I thing is when he's zoning in. He's zoning in. And it will immediately start when he's in a situation like this. And yeah, it's pretty cool.
And what is going through his mind, because he has a lot going on, and then he tunes into the board, and it's as if he's so focused when he's writing. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
He just wrote, damn, I'm not SIFTIN. I'm not sifting THROU through the mind. I'm not sifting through the minds.
Yeah.
I'm converging. Oh, wow. Okay, W with NORM with normal POWERF powerful kids who heal you all right now. Now you all, which one? Have had my words heal you. So he's out here saying that I think what you did, Julie, and bring us into that space, he wanted to give it back to you, back at you, just now, that he says that he can heal, that it's part of what he can do, whether we be on a internet connection. One time Alex said to me, I said, Al, how do you know these things? Did you search the computer? This was years ago. Now I know better. And he said, Mom, I am the computer.
Oh, wow.
I kid you not. So in other words, I don't really need these wires and everything else. I think they are laughing in the face of AI.
Yeah, yeah. Hey guys out there, if you can feel Alex's transmission, type something in the chat. Say yes in the chat, just so we know. So Alex, how can we support you in the collective?
Like you.
Go ahead, GAM. Game on. I'm so okay. I'm so excited for Hawaii. I'm sorry. Help mom. Help mom get me there. That
Right.
is hysterical. I'm sorry he didn't answer your question. Let's
He did. He did.
But what is Alex's big mission? What does he want to do on this planet with others?
go ahead, my brother.
The
ROOL. Role is to make more PEOP
where discoveries begin.
people
And the Heinz Endowments. And mine a corporation for public broadcasting.
conscious of SIPP sipping this kid, I gotta tell you, the Kool-Aid. I'm SUR. I'm sure IDELIV. I deliver the LOV, the loving movement to share the WEAL, the wealth of remembering who we are. Remembering who we are. Raising consciousness. Remembering who we are. I guess also he said before we are one at some point. That seems to be the theme of them understanding that not one is better than the other. He's been very consciously saying that lately. Mom, when people talk about how special he is, he says, Mom, we all are, including who's coming up next. We have Luke, right? And these, whether they be minimally verbal, non-verbal, very verbal, but yet not have that cohesion of conversation. They don't have it because they have layers of it. Layers of conversation. Some kids say that their words look vertical. It is a download of information, so it's in a sequence, it's hard. The actual verbal. So, and that's why you hear him, but he is scripting right now. Scripting keeps him calm when he does his scripting. And it allows him to focus as much as he can in this 3D and deliver what he can, you know?
Right. You know, there's some good comments in the chat. Michelle says, so much joy and honor to witness. Thank you, Alex and all. Natalie says, my migraine is better. And there's some other beautiful comments here. Wow, wow. We hear, let me see, scripting the downloads. Got it. That's what someone else said.
Yeah, I mean, the arguably their information comes in multi layers, and why it may seem why the dysregulation really creeps in with their physical body. Kids go like this, they move. He's doing other things at 27 years old. He's managed to figure out what to do to calm himself, but they're not body aware, because they're sitting above in the consciousness. So I'm finding that as much as I can get him body aware, the more he can deliver to humanity.
I'm inspired to ask this, Alan. Did you have something you wanted to?
No, you're really in this world, so please.
You're in it with me. I want to ask Alex, we want to be a part of your movement. Tell us, all of us out here, how do we join your movement? How do we support you?
HAPP, happy to RIGH, right the wrongs of the past. I'm so LUCK, lucky to HAV, have SUPPOR, support. I want to help the others who don't have the support. I'm kid 1, MOV, moving into my world helps me. Oh, that's beautiful. Helps me tremendously. OPEN, opening your minds to our gifts is what we need. I'm so GRATEFU, grateful that Mom spells, that's nice, honey, with me. It's my world. Not to speak is hard. So that's really sweet, because he was just saying, be in his world, be able to come into his existence.
Right.
Then we can have conversation.
Right. Hey,
The
Neil,
bigger the conversation, the better off we are.
Neil,
Yeah.
do you want to have a question for Alex
I
there?
love that. I don't have a question. I just wanted to jump on and be part of the energy, to be honest. Because the transmission is so strong. I'm just here receiving everything. And Alex, your energy is so beautiful. And Nancy, the way you facilitate for your son and like your passion and dedication, like Alan was so right in the beginning, saying how much of a dedicated mother you are, and just
Thank
you as like an individual and what you're doing, and how much joy you have, like this emanating through you, also permeates. So I'm just really, really excited to meet you guys and excited to see all what's going to unfold for humanity as we continue to do this work together.
Thank you so
Right.
much, Neil. It was such a pleasure, really.
The
Well,
national
Alex,
Go forever.
with the
I just
but
want to say Alex has a big mission for humanity. He really, and he's coming into it. He's growing into it as he starts to become a celebrity. As he starts to, no, but he's growing into it. It's a big picture. Maybe he can tell us a little bit about the big picture? Or and Julie, please.
We'll
Also.
do it. Yeah, we'll do it. HAR, hard to HAV. Go ahead. Have HA, hands on. HEAL, hands on healing is, wow. Go ahead. Is required. IGIV, I give. I give sessions. THE. There is the big picture. There is the big picture, Alan. I'm RIGH right now, reaching so many in GIV, in giving more FIN, fine tuning to
The Heinz endowments.
to humanity.
Corporation for
I'm now
Public
giving more
Broadcasting.
fine tuning to. I think that is his picture or what he
For
feels.
viewers like you.
These kids are here for. It's not just him. He will consistently say it. They are all
The National
amazing.
Science
I work
Foundation,
with
where the
thousands of
sufferings
them.
begin.
I mean it, in and out, thousands. So there's some that want
For
to
Public
lead.
Broadcasting.
Alex feels like he's a leader. I believe he
For
is.
viewers like you.
And so, and wants to be, for people to be aware that we all have the ability to grasp whatever you want to say, telepathy, mind sight, all of these things, okay, that these kids can easily do in a nanosecond. They feel they want to help us reach that level to get to this. Telepathy is already happening with me, with him. He's coming in my dreams. I hear his thoughts in a different way, in a downloaded way. I'm working on it. I'm going to be listening to Susie Miller today. She's my mentor, watching her communicate telepathically.
Well, this
Excited.
Susan's actually going to be up tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. Yeah.
there's one question in the chat. Maybe you want to read it from Natalie. Do you want to read that, Julie? Because that's
Yes, I was looking at that because from one mother to another, and I mean from one mother to many mothers, I understand. So I know Natalie must be a mother of Aiden, and Aiden is probably nonverbal. And Natalie, the mother, has a question for Alex. She says, please see if you can connect with Aiden and let him know that I'm working on healing him and trying my best to communicate with him. And
and
Wow.
I will never stop trying or learning.
So now I want to hug her virtually. That's the most beautiful thing. I want her to know that there's hope beyond anything that's ever happened. Alex came to me in a dream right before we found spelling and told me that we were going to be communicating. And I woke up crying and I told my husband, and I said, honey, it's going to happen. We're going to communicate with him. We're going to find a way. And we did. And it was the most incredible dream I've ever had. It's beyond anything. And so just him being able to share that and, really puts us at another level. So I want her to be able to reach out to me. So if we can give her my information, that would be fantastic. I have no issue. I wanted to speak with her because it's multi-layered. It's multi-layered. It's not just one thing. Spelling is 100% for nonverbal children. I have breakthrough. 100% breakthrough with minimally nonverbal children. I don't like to say nonverbal. They're beyond verbal.
Yes. Thank
They're
you.
beyond it.
Does Alex have anything
I've
to
quoted
say?
myself on another podcast saying that. So, but I must say they really, they have many potentials. She has to keep on trying, watch his body language, watch his brain. What can mom do to help real quick, buddy? You got it? You want to help her?
Also, does he have anything to say to Aiden too?
Aiden, yeah, that's right.
AL. Go ahead. Alex is PLAYIN, playing. Go ahead with him now. HAPP, happy to meet you. Happy to meet you, Aiden. I'm now your pal. HEAL. Healing goes along. Oh, that's beautiful. Healing goes a long way. There is so much hope. I will help. I will help you. Mom
and families
will help too.
Like you.
Beautiful. Yeah, I definitely want her to reach out to me. I think I'm not seeing the chat that she's in, so if you can just give me the information, that would be so great.
Sure. I put Julie's email address in so she can email Julie and connect you guys.
Perfect.
Thank
Great.
If you go to comments, you might see the chat. If you go to the comments up at the top instead of private.
Yeah, I just didn't want, I was so
where the comments are,
intrigued
but
to hear that. Yeah.
wow. So yeah, immediately he tunes into Aiden and they're connected.
He can, once they're in the field. They're in the field, there is no holds barred. I've learned a lot about that. I mean, Alex discussed something that was happening in Nigeria, and it was happening at the moment. So this was a few months ago where he was concerned with flooding, and he knew about it, and it was happening live. So the ability to be able to connect in that field is very much there.
Yeah, thank you. Julie, what else do you want to know from Alex? He's an incredible resource.
Alex, how do we change our school system?
W. We got SPELL. We got spelling in my, I cannot believe he's bringing this up. Go ahead. I got you. We got spelling in my high school. Go ahead. M-O-R, more, F-I-G-H. Go ahead. More fighting to
The Hinds and Downs.
do in L-O-V, in loving ways, K-I,
Hmm.
kill them with K-I-N-D, and kill them with kindness.
I love it.
That's pretty funny.
So I think it was more fighting in loving ways. Kill them with kindness.
It's like
We're
these
the best at that.
phrases he comes out with are like, I'm always so blown away, which is really, oh, you're welcome.
I know you didn't see the last chat. I just want to say what Natalie's response was. You see that? Thank you. I've always known he was more. I absolutely would reach out. She wrote nonstop crying. And he just walked into the room when Alex said that, what he said before. So
Yeah, that would not be shocking because he's hearing him and they're speaking. They are completely connected. That is so cool that she was able to prove that he walked into the room when all of that went on. That is a consistent thing. You can't hide a cookie from them either. So forget it. Okay. If you don't want him to have something, you better have a really good hiding spot with a lock. Okay. Because he knows where it is at most times. And this is what up so much for Christmas. He knew Santa didn't exist when he was 2. It's just unfair to the humans, you know.
you could tell the story about how he didn't know how to swim and he went over to the pool. Can you tell that story?
Oh, you mean when he became a dolphin?
Yeah.
Yeah, he literally did become a dolphin. I mean, the pool was down and all of a sudden we see him at the edge of the diving board and he just dives in and he literally never.
But no one ever taught him how to swim. He never was in the water, right? He never learned how to swim.
He never learned how to swim. I mean, he had been in the water. He's laughing over here. This is cracking him up because I see this little giggle in his face, right? You want to give me his face over there?
Well, I can't wait to swim with dolphins with you, Alex, in Hawaii.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Great.
Yes.
Yeah, we can organize a
He looks
dolphin
like-
trip with Alex.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
But I think it's interesting
Talk
that
to
you
the
talk about the
dolphins.
school system. I know we have to go, but the school system, we were lucky enough to have them accept this. Alex took global history. He took a science class. So these things are he was lucky to have. Now they will not do it. It's gotten worse. And that's a whole conversation for another day. But it's how do we help the school system? I think he's right. We cannot bash them. We have to do some loving, healing, energetic work for them because there's a lot of naysayers. It's been rough.
Well, Mary and Luke will probably touch on that a little bit because she's
Should
been.
I bring them on so that they can say hi?
Yeah, why don't we? Thank you.
There we go.
Good.
Hi.
Hi, it's great to be here. Hi, Neil. Hi, Julie.
Hey guys, welcome.
Hi,
Alex is going to be heading out soon,
Hi,
so I might
Alex.
have to pop off.
And
But it's so
Nancy.
good.
Hi,
To see
Nancy.
Nancy,
So great to see you.
you. Hi, Luke.
Nancy, you know me.
I do, baby. I know you.
You know about ACE.
Yes, your school.
Nancy,
Yes, I do.
do
Yes.
you know Erica Arnold?
Erica?
From ACE.
Oh, yes, of course I do. Erica Anderson. I know her well.
Do
Yes.
you know Amy Campbell?
I know Amy Campbell as well. These are all
And
art
this.
fighters, like I am.
And do you know this?
Do you know Liz who works at ACE too?
I do not. I just know those top ladies over there.
Which town lady?
Erica and Amy.
Erica.
You know
I've
them
met them
all.
both a few times at conferences.
You know them all.
Yes, she knows them more.
Yes. Nancy, you know them all.
See, he says you know them more.
Oh, I kind of know them. I don't know
I
them
got to
well.
know them.
And see,
Have
and these are the ways that we're all connected. So there are ways in which we're connected, that we've connected. We both grew up in New York too, but didn't connect when we were in New York. We connected
know.
now.
So you know Nancy Della funerals in our life.
Yeah. Yes. So what would you like to say? YES. No
So,
board. Okay.
Nancy,
He's more
He's
into his
communicating.
speech right now.
Yes.
But does Alex have
Nancy.
anything to say before he leaves?
I know he has to go, so we're gonna Here,
Does he
Ali,
have
want to
anything
say
to
something
leave us?
quickly? Hey. Hi. Thank you.
Hi, Luke. I'm so
Julie.
happy
Yeah.
to hear your BRILLIAN, your brilliance. I'm sure he's laughing, will hang out soon. EMOTION, emotional to really TRU, trust these humans. I'm too PROU, proud to make no oh, hang in, guys. No apologies. I'm smart. OPE, open the door to us.
That's
He
so
wants to hang out
beautiful.
with Luke. He wants to hang out with Luke now.
Do you want to hang out with Alex?
Yeah, so Nancy.
Yes.
So in 2021 we didn't know Jana
No.
and her family.
Here.
And
What would you like to say to Nancy?
and
YES.
her dad passed away.
Here, let's see. You could do it. YESITSO. Keep going. GNRENA. You got it. TNOBE. It's so great to be. HNERE here. WNITH. It's so great to be here with YOUALL. It's so great to be here with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy and Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy. Love you, Alex. Love you, Nancy.
Love
Appreciate you
you.
Love
I will
you.
see you guys. I hope to
Nancy.
connect very soon.
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
Looking forward
Welcome to the room.
It's so
Hey,
great to be
to it.
here.
Julie,
Hi.
do you know Nancy?
I do.
You say it.
I do. And I now know you. I know your
So-
mom.
And you know Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Yes. And Alex. Hey, everyone in the room, just tune into the frequency here. Just it's there. It's not subtle. There's a shift.
So maybe
I want us to kind of just attune to
go
this.
back to 2021 and
Because that's
visit
what these kids are here to
Jana
do
Stats
beyond
Funowo
beyond just their
25.
words, beyond what their movements are,
Yeah.
right? Like they're here to transmit and just feel into the difference with Luke and Alex. They both carry something very unique, but it's distinct. Share in the chat if you feel what I'm tuning into. This one, like right now, what I feel like Luke has brought into the space, it's more calm. It's more like for lack of a better, more motherly. So I don't
Like a
know.
nurturing energy.
Yeah, very nurturing.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. Wow. Thank you for
Yes.
shifting that. Right? Like we're not channeling, we're not, doing any kind of activation, like what we're used to, right? We're used to somebody coming into, okay, I'm going to do an activation. And no, just with the presence. That's it.
And Alex has so much energy coming to him. That's a different vibration, but we need everyone here online.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of everyone's gifts all coming together as one.
Yes.
Whew, all right. Would you like to introduce our speakers
Go ahead, Julie. You're free to do it.
Yes. My dear friend, my dear beautiful friend, Marianne Morris. A loving mother, a 4, compassionate energy healer, and a cosmic light channel who gives amazing reading and attunements because I've been through those sessions. She's devoted to guiding souls into wellness, harmony, and joy. And she used to work in the field of aviation. And now she has expanded to deepen that connection to the stars and her understanding of life's intricate patterns, while motherhood, especially navigating the world of autism, expanded her into her path of holistic healing, nervous system regulation, and energetic communication. She's a Reiki master with a special focus on maternity. And she offers pure energy, crystal healing, breathwork, shamanic modalities, galactic akashic record readings, energetic light touch acupuncture, matrix energetics frequencies, holographic frequency healing. She's telepathic, energetic communicator, remote viewer, practitioner experienced with rapid promoting method for autism. She bridges earthly grounding with cosmic wisdom, integrating light touch frequency crystals, breath to help dissolve dense energy and support deep transformations. All right, my beautiful guest.
It seems like she has some connection issues, so she just logged out, but she'll be back in right here. There we go.
Okay.
There we are. I lost the sound.
Welcome again. So Luke, I know, you
I lost the sound again.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me? We can hear you. Okay, now I cannot hear you.
Can you hear us, Marianne?
I'm not sure why.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I think she can't hear us. Let's see. Oh, again. Yeah, she had a couple of issues before, so let's see if we can fix
And
it.
everybody telepathically tell Luke
Maybe we're not
that we can
supposed
hear them.
Okay, we'll have her log out and back in to see if it works.
Okay.
Oh my God, the beginning was so amazing.
Yeah.
It cracked open my heart.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is it. That is their superpower. And that's
Very
also the superpower of all of our children that are here today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I love hearing the stories that everybody has about their children, and just having more and more clarity why people are here. Some people just want to support the movement in general, but a lot of you have children on the way. So it's just a very vulnerable and emotional event so far, and it's going to continue being that way because this is like, this is your children, and the amount of love that you have for your own child coming into this world is an unconditional love that I've
Yeah.
only been told this, an unconditional love no one can even explain, right?
What you don't know unconditional love, Neil?
I not as much as when you have a child, so I've been told. Can you
Okay.
hear us now?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on because you're hearing us, and then we're disconnecting, right?
Yeah, I did reset completely, and that seems
Okay.
better.
Yes.
All right.
C.
Yes, L.
No,
What is that? J. Okay.
J.
Yep.
C.
JC.
Not C. C.
Oh, JZ.
Yes.
Okay, JZ.
Won't be one.
So I missed the introduction, but I'm sure that I could feel it energetically. And I am so
C.
grateful to be here with Luke
J.
and
C.
share our experiences and
Goodness,
see
thank
what
you.
unfolds.
Yes. So I'm beyond excited to have you both here.
And for
And
some reason, I can't hear again. I don't know
okay.
what happened.
I think this is the best option.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Marianne?
Yes.
Oh, you can't hear Julie.
Yes.
Okay, so how about we just let you take it away and present, therefore, you can just kind of
Yes.
flow with it, and we'll come on after.
See the person.
So that would be me.
Yeah, since you can't hear Julie, you can just take it away and present.
Okay. So
right.
we're here. So we came here, I know, for Julie. Julie and I have met previously, and she wasn't necessarily aware that I had a beyond verbal child. And so we started to talk about our path. And one of the things that came up was that Luke was here and he was sharing certain things, certain gifts, certain writings that had to do with our multidimensionality, who we are beyond our personality. And when he was young, before, let's say, he turned 3, I had previously been working in corporate America, and I remember watching him grow and unfold and feeling such a different frequency and vibration, as well as some of his interactions that I had with other children, let's say. They were a bit different. And I just said, this is pretty amazing, some of the things that he's coming in with. And it was specifically amazing in some of my background, which was mostly in aviation. It was in space, technology. And so I was like just really excited to see his potentials as he was growing up. And then I quickly realized that the typical school system wasn't necessarily fit for his abilities. And so what we did was we looked and we searched and we said, what can we possibly do if he is not able to, let's say, be verbal enough to be in a classroom and to be able to access his true thoughts? What can we do? And what we did was we had met with Soma, who is the creator of Rapid Prompting Method in Austin, Texas. And we soon found out that there was a school that was being built that was created around this method of communication, of using the letterboard to communicate, as well as bringing in other tools like art and hobbies and relationship building. And so we decided to move to attend this school. It's coming up on 10 years now, and to really focus on developing his abilities as well as me going within and developing mine. Because at the same time he was learning, Luke, he was also teaching me. And the biggest piece he was teaching me was to go within. Because during some of the early years, there was there was some certain feelings or trauma, and I describe trauma as anything other than unconditional love, which can happen at any moment. So basically, it was about going within. So he's taught me the inner journey. So as he was learning to communicate outwardly, I was learning and taking the inner journey, learning the communication of the spine, of our beingness. Who am I? Who am I? Why did I come here to this planet? Why was I interested in the things that I was interested in? Why was I interested in aviation? Why was I interested in history, in ancient history? Why did I love to travel? All of these things seem to come together cohesively. And there was a time when I had a certain incident occur that kept me less mobile for a bit. And that was really a time of deep inner exploration, inner observation. And so this was the time that I really spent honing in on the inner world. How can we see? Because a lot of people see these children in a certain way with our, let's say, human senses, our eyes, our ears. And as I would go within, as I would immerse myself in things like Yogananda and all the different religions and kind of tying them together, I got to really see that our senses grew way past what we were taught necessarily of what we see with our eyes, what we hear with our ears. And this was a great time of connection from the heart with Luke and our journey into telepathy, soul communication, and then bridging that with the letterboard here. And so, Luke, would you like to share anything? Y-E-S, yes. P-L-E-A-S-E, please. H-N-E-A-R, please here. M-Y, my, M-O-M-S, W-N-O-R-D-S. Please hear my mom's words.
The words you said we had to go is Janice Dad's funeral.
So please listen to my
So-
mom's words. Would you like to add even more to that? Y-E-S, yes. Take a breath.
Have you been to Janice
Yeah,
Dad's
but
funeral?
first let's talk about that. Y-E-S-O-N, keep going, U-N-R-R-N-E-L-N-A-T-N-I-O-N-S-H-I-P, our relationship, E-X-C-E-E-D-S, exceeds, T-H-I-S, this T-I-M-E, time, A-N-D, time, N-S-P-A-C-E. Our relationship exceeds time and space. And that's exactly why we're here and why we are so excited to be part of this Star Children network, because it is so multidimensional, so layered. There's so much deep learning and understanding that we can receive from these children, as well as from the frequency and the frequency of the heart. And that is one of the biggest lessons, is that our heart is so full of knowing, of love, of knowledge, and is the gateway to some of the next potentials that we have as human beings. And so would you like to talk about the heart? Y-E-S-T-H-E, the H-N-E-A-R-T, the heart. I-S-T-H-E-G-A-T-E, you got it, W-N-A-Y, the heart is the gateway, T-O, to B-L I-S-S. The heart is the gateway to bliss.
And mo to type
Yeah, the heart is the gateway to bliss.
to go to
J-E. J-E, keep going. Or if you want to change it, J-E. S, keep going. U, ask Jesus. I, ask Jesus is A, N. Jesus is N, A, N. V, A, T, A, R. Jesus is an avatar. H, N, E, R, N, E. Here. Keep going. You got it. T, N, O, 2, H, N, E, L, M, P to help. U, S, G, R, N, O, W to help us grow. A, S, U, H, N, U, M, N, A, N, N, S. Jesus is an avatar here to help humans. And so that says a lot in one sentence, that there was a lot of inner work done to get to the point of coming back to some of that knowledge, that knowing of self, and exploring, let's say, the Akashic records, the Akashic field, getting to know a little bit more about who we are, what are some of our soul experiences over time, what are we bringing to this now moment here, and what do we need to maybe heal and clear so that we can be coherent and really bring in those frequencies into our human body in this now moment, to be present here as that frequency of love, that frequency of the mother, whatever it is that you're here to bring through. Imagine what that could be. I mean, it's a really amazing time to be here, to be alive, to be able to communicate with each other on so many levels, whether it be bridging with the letterboard, telepathy, soul communication. We receive a lot of communication together via, I would call it, information packets with a lot of imagery, sound, words, sensations. And so these children are here to transmit. They're here to bridge to us humans to transmit the new, or what we're here to remember. And so, yes, Luke shared with Julie yesterday that autistics are here, and he wanted to explore. He said yesterday, he wrote to Julie, yesterday, understand autistics are very capable auspiciously. We are very gifted multidimensional beings. Let's explore. So what would you like to say about that? Y-E-S. Here, yes. Y-E-S, yes. W-N-E, we A-R-E, we are. S-O, so, M-N-A, N-N-Y, we are so many. D-N-I, F, F, you got it. E-N-R, E-N-N-N-T, we are so many different. S-T, you got it. A-N-R, star, S-Y-S-T, you got it. E-M-S, we are so many different star systems. W-R-N-A-P-M-P-E-D, wrapped. I-N-T-O into O-N-E, one. H-N-U-M-N-A-N-N. And it's so true. We're so many different star systems wrapped up into humans. One of the biggest lessons is that he's taught me is alignment. When we're aligned to God's source energy, when we're aligned to the cosmos, when we're aligned to Mother Earth, it's that sacred triangle. There's so many ways to communicate. And what Luke has really brought to me in years worth of trust in the process, because this didn't all come together
Yeah.
until it didn't all come together all at once. There was a lot of trust in what are we doing, what am I exploring, what am I seeing, who am I able to communicate with. And so with these alignments, when we're aligned to all these different places, we can easily bring in the frequencies from those star systems to assist us here in our growth, in our evolution, in activating ourselves and activating our DNA and activating our knowing back to the real potential of who we are as humans. And that's one of my favorite things. And Julie is asking, Luke, what is your mission here? YESMYMNISSION. My mission, IS is, TO is to, UNNDERSTAND. My mission is to understand, THAT, that HNUMNANNS, that humans, HNAVNE, have, THE, the, CNA, PNA, BILI, you got it, keep going, TY, that humans have the capability, TO2LNOVNE, to capable of love, BEYOND, beyond, T, you got it, HNEIR, there, take a break, there, what's next? You can do it. WNILDEST, their wildest, DREAMS. So his mission is that humans know and understand they're capable of love beyond their wildest dreams. And so if we can just feel that for the moment too. We can truly feel, what it would feel like to be capable to love beyond our wildest dreams. We love seeing you smile, Luke, as you express yourself in the board. We are here, hearts wide open.
And also,
What would you like to say? That's so beautiful. Can we all please blast Luke a big shot of love and gratitude?
so
Show him what we're made
maybe
of.
have we went to Janice that's funeral?
So do you feel the love? YES. What would you like to say? THE, the, LN. You got it. OVNE, the love. IS is. PNA, L. You got it. Keep going. PNA, BN. You got it. One more. LNE. The love is palpable.
Yes.
And so you can imagine that there may have been a time where the love felt maybe a little less palpable. And we're here to say that there's nothing that can't be healed. There's nothing that can't be forgiven. There's nothing that can't be started over in the moment, because we are able to get through some of the biggest leaps and bounds and challenges and find really expansive and creative ways to do that.
But which funeral will have
So what would you like to say?
to?
So let's see.
So which funeral?
Luke, do you have, there's a question here too. Luke, do you have specific angels or ascended masters who help you in your mission. Is that something that you'd like to answer? Y-E-S, yes. Let's see, J-N-E.
Whoa.
You got it. Keep going. N, J-E-N. Wait, we could start again.
That's so.
Let's see.
Oh,
Okay. J-E-S-N-U-N-S. Jesus. D-I. You got it. V-N-I-N-N-E. Divine. C-N-R-E-N-A-T-O-R. Jesus, divine creator. Keep going. A-N-D-N-T-H-E and the M-N-A-R-Y-S and the Marys. So Jesus, divine creator, and the Marys. And Julie is asking, how can we better support Luke in what you do
and me
and the collective of multidimensional children? So how can we better support you?
Yes.
And the collective of multidimensional children, if this feels like it's right to answer? Let's see.
Which funeral?
Let's see. We can do this now. O-N-C-E, once. T-H-E, the P-L-A-N-E-T. Once the planet. R-N-E, M-N-E-M, B-N-E, R-N-S. Once the planet remembers, here we go. W-H-O-I-T-I-S. Once the planet remember who it is, A-L-L, all, W-I-L-L, C-N-H-A-N-N-G-N-E, all will change. F-N-O-N-R, for T-H-E, the B-E-T-T-E-R, all will change for the better. Let's see, L-L-N-E-T-N-S, let's, P-R-A-Y, let's pray, F-O-R, let's pray for, A-L, you got it, L, all, S-N-O-U-L-S-T-O, let's pray for all souls too, A-W, you got it, A-K-E-N-N. Let's pray for all souls to awaken. And that is, Luke is just taking a break now because if you can feel the energy, I can feel the energy at a very, very high level right now. And we have Natalie. Hi.
Yeah, did you want to that? Natalie? I just wanted to check if your audio's working, Julie.
I believe so.
I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yay! Amazing.
You as well.
Yeah, you want to come back?
Julie.
Oh, hello again. Thank
So,
you.
just real quick, this feedback. So when Julie speaks, go ahead and mute yourself, Mary, and then unmute when Julie speaks. Not speaking.
That was amazing. Yeah. The transmission of energy, very palpable. Thank you, Mary and Luke. And I enjoyed every bit of the insight and experience that you've been through, Mary. I want to honor that. Like, I mean, being a mother, we all know it's not easy already. To navigate that in devotion to your trust of what can be, like what is possible for my child, what is possible beyond just by doing this, what can be possible beyond showing the world what my child can do, but all the children, with capabilities that are beyond our human senses. So I applaud you in all of that. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Yeah, the transmission of energies. And I already said this. It's like it's beyond the spelling. It's beyond the words. It's beyond the movements. It's any time that these multidimensional beings come into a space, it's just there. How can we change our school systems, Luke, to better support you and our children that are here today?
So may
Let's see, how can we, let's see.
I talk to you all now?
Well, first, let's do this. Let's say Y-E-S, yes. T-H-E-S and C-H-O-O-L, the school, S-Y-S, T-N-E-M-N-S, the school systems, N-N-E-E-N-D, need, A-C-N-O-N-S-C-I-O-U-N. Let's see, keep going. E-S-S, need consciousness. The school systems need consciousness. B-U-I-L-T-I-N-I-T. The school systems need consciousness built into it.
Julie, did you want to say something on that? You're muted, but that is just such a great answer. The school systems need consciousness built into it. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit, Luke? Like, what do you think there's any specific tools that we can implement? How do we start the process of implementing consciousness into the school system?
That's through now.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's answer Neil's question. I know you're doing great. You're doing amazing. So how can we help build consciousness into the school system?
Let's do that J or that N.
Okay, J-E.
Whoa.
J-E, you got it.
We will go to the N, not the S.
N. So yes. So take a breath. I know. Take a breath. Feel this.
Yes.
Feel the love of all these people, which I know you're feeling.
Yes.
And how much we're here for change.
We wish that we will go to Dad's funeral.
Here, let's see. Here, we got it. Y-E-S-T-H. You're almost ready. Yep. E the S-N-C-H-O-O-L, the school, S-Y-S-T-E-M-N-E-N-E-D-N-S, needs, G-O-D-H-E-L-I-G-H-T-B-E-I-N-G-S. The school system needs God and the light beings. W-E-N-E-E-D-T-O-O-P-E-N-O. You got it. Keep going. U-R-H-N-E. You got it. A-R-T-S. We need to open our hearts.
How about we will take up Janice Dad's.
Julie, did you want to comment on that? Did you want to jump on?
Yeah, so I love that perspective. Do you all witness how Luke is like his perspective comes from higher level, like direct higher level. And he mentioned how he's connected to light beings, and we can see that it's not this it's not like he is contacting them and then speaking through. It's like he is speaking through directly as such, as a light being. And I believe, I mean, these children being in the school is already bringing the presence of the light beings into the systems. And perhaps Mom can expand on this, because you've navigated this with Luke. Like, what can we bring more into the school systems in your perspective?
I would say to start with silence and really go within and really see what comes up. I mean, even if it's a group together, that's why I love the fact that you created a group, because the group energy amplifies the presence. And so we can come in and ask these just creative questions, like, what can we do? Do we need a brick and mortar? Do we need to gather together over, let's say, things like Zoom or StreamYard? Do we need, what are these things? I know he's told me before that it looks like it may be done on the outskirts of, let's say, the typical brick and mortar that's already created. So what do we need to do? Who do we need to be to access that new level of consciousness, of knowledge, of creativity, to really bring that in? And what does that even look like or feel like? Because I know it feels, when I'm with Luke, it feels a whole lot more like love. And I know it sounds simple, but it's the frequency of it, which is not simple. It's coming back to forgiveness, to self, to receiving those divine transmissions. I mean, that was part of our journey too, is alongside him, while he was learning the letterboard, he was guiding me on how to return back to how to receive my own personal divine transmissions. And so I think when we're all together doing that, I mean, the sky is limitless.
Luke, tell us how to learn to tell us how to love ourselves more.
Can he talk to you quickly first? Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't to invite Janice that's
Oh, that's okay.
funeral.
We'll So how can we learn to love ourselves more? WNECAN. We can CONNECT. We can connect. FROMOURHNEARTS. We can connect from our hearts. WITHONUNT. Without FNEANR. Without fear. GNODISONLY. God is only. LOVE. God is only love. NOJNU. Keep going, you got it. DGEMNENNT. No judgment. God is only love, no judgment.
May I
Wow, that was so beautiful. Thank you.
God is
My
no judgment.
my heart is wide open.
You know, Nathalie had just said right before Luke had said this, This is so amazing to witness, so beautiful, and I'm amazed. It helps me so much to stop judging myself and my own unique gifts. Gratitude, Luke, and the lessons of today. Yeah.
Totally feel that and agree.
Say Jay.
Julie, we're going to wrap up in a couple of minutes here, but any final questions?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't. Because right now I'm just really in the space of this loving energy. And I really feel like what Luke is saying about his mission is a part of this. Is he is here to transmit this frequency and be this tuning fork for not only this space that we're in right now, but for the world. And yeah, and I can see that, you know, in the way that he's spelling and things like that. He's just, you know, like I don't feel like it might not be a line for me to kind of like dive into anything too practical or specific, because I feel like he's just holding this field of the frequency. And that's why his answers are, they're just very high perspective, very direct, you know, very godly. um, so
Yeah.
I don't feel like I need to ask.
You know what
And
I noticed?
Mm.
I noticed from Alex and Luke both that I could tell how multidimensional they were thinking and experiencing. And both Alex and Luke were saying different things out loud as they were spelling it, and they were thinking something else because I could tell it was like 3 different fully fledged transmissions at once. Am I right? Is that what's happening with Luke?
Exactly. Yes, it's always a multidimensional transmission. There's so many different levels and layers, and it's not linear. Yeah, it's a full on frequency exchange in our home. And and when we leave and when we go out. And it really does bring smiles to people's faces and connects them, you know, in ways that can only develop over time.
I hear ya. So I want to share that Marianne and Luke, as well as Nancy and Alex, have been invited to present at the Hawaii conference in July as well. And yeah, I'm just so honored because I feel like being present physically in a room with all of you is going to bring it up a notch.
Yeah. And let me just read this comment here real quick. Luke, we receive your unconditional love through our hearts without fear. Is he there? Can you hear this?
He can hear it.
All right. Bree saying, Luke, we receive your unconditional love through our hearts without fear. My earth body has been crying happy tears this entire time with you today because you are a beautiful expression of God, Luke. No judgment.
We receive. That is so beautiful. I mean, what a gift this is to trust the path, the journey, and then to be here in presence, receiving this and giving at the same time. It's pure joy. It's pure joy.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you so much.
you. Yeah, we received all the gifts, Luke. Genuinely.
You for knowing to me heading to the funeral
Thank you.
with Jan.
Something? Say TNHANKYOUSOMNU Thank you so much. TILL till NEN. You got it. XT till next TIMNE. Till next time.
Till next time, Luke. Take care, guys. Whoa.
Wow. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, right. Wow. I wrote a couple of quotes down. I think this would be a good transition here, from Luke and one from Alex. The heart is the gateway to bliss. Nothing can't be healed and nothing can't be forgiven. And
Ooh.
also, just to remind us what Alex has said, when you ask, how can we change the system? Kill them with kindness and fight with love.
I feel like that's very appropriate to be incorporated in your rap songs.
Yeah, I know. When he started with kill, I'm like, oh, wait, where's this going?
Oh, so
All right.
beautiful.
Well, let's all just take a few deep breaths in as we shift into our next speaker here. I invite you all to close your eyes. Deep breath in through the heart. Exhale out and expand your heart. Deep breath in again into your heart. Exhale out, let it go. One more time, deep breath in. And give some love to your own inner child right now. And exhale out. All right. Do you want to introduce our next guest, Julie?
Oh, I would love to. Thank you. So, our next guest, beautiful, Patty Davis. She is an award-winning author, lifelong extreme empath, and founder of Wing and Ether. With over 25 years of experience as a professional intuitive teacher, spiritual guide, she brings grounded wisdom that's beautiful and needed, shaped by decades of client work and lived experience. She's an author of the award-winning children's book, It's Too Much, created to support empathic children and their families. And she works with parents, caregivers, educators on nurturing sensitivity, emotional regulation, energetic boundaries, and intuitive awareness, offering practical tools so that children feel like they're safe, supported, and empowered. What a beautiful mission.
Welcome, Patty. Oh, we can't hear you. What's going on here? It says your microphone's not muted. No, try going to the gear bar where it says settings. Go to audio and see if you can select your microphone. Nope, nothing yet. Do you have the right microphone selected? Thumbs up if you do. Is the right microphone selected? You can hear us, right? Give us a moment, everybody. Yeah, go to the gear icon, click audio, and then make sure you have the right mic selected. If that doesn't work, then refresh, and you might have to just accept audio when you come back into StreamYard. No. If you can't find, if it's already selected your microphone and it's not working, then just log out, log back in. When you come back in, you might see like a pop-up that says allow audio.
Okay, I'm going to try to just.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, yep, I've just disconnected my mic and we're just going to go with the built-in speakers.
Okay, perfect. Welcome, Patty.
Today. Hi, thank you so much for having me. It's so nice to be here.
It's good to see you. We're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Well, you've been sitting in the background for a little bit. How's your experience been so far?
Oh my gosh, they're a tough act to follow. I will say that. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. Just really touching and goosebumps the entire time. Yeah. So good.
So tell us a little bit about your book. What inspired you to create that?
I've been, like you mentioned, I've been a psychic for over 25 years, thousands of clients, and I had so many parents come to me that were asking for advice on how to help their super empathic children or tools to help them. And over time, I kept telling myself, I should just write a book. I should write a book. And then one night, in the middle of the night, sat up in the middle of the night, grabbed a piece of paper, spirit channeled the book, put it aside, and went back to bed. So I channeled the book one night for children, and it's been amazing. It's written for kids that are about 3 to 6 years, but I have teachers that read it to their 6th and 7th grade classrooms. And I have gotten messages from a few high school children that have said how much they enjoyed the book and how much it helped them. So it tends to expand across all different ages, even though it's written primarily for children.
That's beautiful. And, so it sounds like you've been working with educators, parents, children for a long time. I would love to hear your insights. Like, what is something that you would love to share with everybody here? Children coming in nowadays, do they feel different to you? And how do we deal with that?
Yeah. There are children that are just born empathic. There are children that learn empathy as a survival technique. They may be in a household where they don't feel safe or it's unpredictable. So by learning the skill of empathy, it protects them. They can kind of preemptively sense if something is escalating. If a parent is depressed, they can be extra kind to the parent. And then there are all of these star children and star seeds being born right now. So many children and so many being born are here to make a difference in the world, to help humanity, to help with the ascension process. A lot of them have never been humans before, haven't incarnated as a human. So they're choosing parents that can really protect them and keep them safe in this new environment. And they are here to fully understand humans so that they can help us. And by doing that, they are coming in extremely empathic. And that helps them to have an intimate connection with everyone that they come in contact with and helps them really understand the human condition. However, it can be a lot on a young nervous system, and it can lead to overwhelm. It can lead to a lot of physical sensitivities picking up physically from other people as well. It can be a lot. So for me, working with spirit directly, I try to come with some practical tools that can help children feel empowered around their empathy rather than feeling it as a burden, and still do what they came here to do on the planet.
I love that. And sensitivity it's a real thing. I grew up as a very sensitive child, and I can see that in my 4-year-old as well. When he goes into a crowded room or a new place, it's just that overwhelm that you're describing. I can sense it. He can sense it. Now, I'm not sure if there was something that you prepared for today, or can we dive into some of the tools that you've been sharing?
Yeah, I have a whole list of notes, but I'm happy to chat away too. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How about some tools and resources?
Yeah. Do you mind if I pull up my notes just so I make sure I don't
Goodness,
miss
please
anything?
do. Yes, and just share any highlights from your notes. We're
Thank
so
you so
lucky to have you.
Yeah. So some of the things I want to first of all talk a little bit more about what empathic children sense in the world. They can feel overwhelmed in crowds and noisy environments. They have the ability to know if something is wrong with someone, just like I spoke about parents and kids that gain this tool as a survival technique. If there is a parent that's worried about something, parents can be in an argument and they're being really careful not to let the kid hear them. But that child knows. You can't hide anything from an empathic child. And that can be a lot for a young person. Also, they can become extremely emotional or anxious without understanding why. And you may not even be able to see a reason why this has happened. They need more alone time and quiet time than a lot of other children do. They have very strong reactions to conflict. Also, difficulty knowing what belongs to them and what belongs to other people. Vivid dreams, strong intuition, extremely psychic. A lot of times they have such an amazing, strong connection with nature and animals. Nature and animals don't have all the baggage that we humans have, and that's a safe place for empathic children. And it's also a place where they can find comfort and where they can regulate their nervous system. They will be highly affected by television, TV commercials, movies, books, music. I know me as an empath, I'm not a child, but one of those commercials comes on TV about the SPCA and about abused or neglected dogs and animals. It kills me. Where a lot of people might donate and think that's sad, it hangs out with me for 3 days. That's all I can think of. And it's the same thing with children. They can be highly affected, even if they're reading a book that is about fictitious characters. They can take on the emotional aspects of that book and hold on to that. So as parents, we have to be really careful about what we put into our children's hands. Also, strange physical sensations that can come and go. I am a physical empath. I can pick up on the physicalities of other people, and a lot of children can do this. I'll tell you a little story that happened to me when I was 20, not quite a child. I had moved to Colorado. My family lived in California. And one evening, I just had horrific stomach pains, and I ended up going to the ER. And they were pretty sure that I was having an appendicitis attack. And they did all the blood workup and everything. And then the pains got better, and they said, the blood work doesn't support that. We're going to send you home. And I went home. Well, the next day, my mother phoned me and said that my brother, who lived in California, his appendix burst that night. And it was the same time that I had gone into the hospital thinking that I had an appendicitis. So for me, learning about my empathy and learning to have boundaries around it changed my entire life and my sense of well-being. So with children, a lot of times parents think they have these phantom physical things that make no sense, and they can be picking up on energies and physical things from other people around them. My daughter, when she was young, all three of my children are extremely empathic. If we would be out and about, if she saw anyone that had a bandage, that had was in a cast or a wheelchair or had an injury, she would lose it. She would say, "Get me outside, get me outside, get me outside, quick, take me outside." And first of all, just the fact that she recognized that being outside would help give her some relief. She just had such a strong compassion for people that were suffering at all, that it was really intense for her and was really hard. And these children, these highly empathic children, they're not weak. And we like to say that they're overly sensitive, but this is an amazing gift. They are such advanced beings. It's just that their nervous systems simply collect more information than most people realize, and a lot of times more information than people can handle. But when they find strength in this empathy, it can lead to super compassionate beings, very creative, children with really strong intuition, emotional intelligence, the ability to, again, connect with animals and nature, vivid imaginations. They have deep relationships with people. They're just so present here. They don't have shallow connections. They have deep connections with people. Also, this wonderful awareness of others people's needs and a strong sense of justice. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit more so that people understood. And then also, there's this traditional advice, ignore it, let it go. A lot of meaning adults will say things like, don't be so sensitive. I can't tell you how many times in my life I've heard, "You're so sensitive, you're overly sensitive. You'll grow out of it." Highly empathic children cannot turn this off.
And we don't want it to be turned off.
No.
You said.
Yeah, we do not want them to turn it off. Instead, they need skills, because sensitivity with tools can help bring about wisdom and empowerment. So as a parent or a caregiver, you want to avoid telling your child that they're too sensitive. Also, this is my personal belief. I'm not a therapist. Telling a child that they are here to save humanity or to save the planet even if we kind of know they are, that is way too heavy and too much for a child to hold on to. Also telling kids, you just absorb everyone's energy. Again, even though that is true, we do not want that to be their identity. And then, you're more evolved than other children, eek, and then you're different than everyone else. Children, we want to celebrate their uniqueness and empower them, but we also don't want them to feel like an outsider.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
And that's a
you.
tricky place for a parent or a caregiver. You can be straddling a line there pretty easily.
Yeah. So I don't want to just brush through those points that you raised because they're so important. Don't tell them that you're just absorbing everybody else's feelings so as to create an identity for themselves. Thank you for that. And it's not like a blame thing that you are the one who's taking this on, right? It's their superpower. So and then you're here to save humanity. Yes, and we all are. As much as I talk about star children and things like that, they're not here to do what we're not here to do for ourselves. Thank you. We are here to model and guide them, okay? Not the other way around. So thank you for putting that out there. And this is a very important point. And then, and then there was one more thing that I wanted to recapture that you just said about you're just sensitive, you're just different. Yes, and so we all are. So then doesn't that make us all the same? Right? And and while we have you, like you went through like such key things that I, as a parent of a young child, that I'm like, wow, there's so many things that we can dive into, but really seeing that this is happening, that, these children are empathic. And I think this is a very common thing, even with children who don't express it, not that they're not feeling it. They've just been taught to not talk about it because maybe they've been discouraged from talking about it. And so my question would be, how do we preserve and support, right? Because it sounds like these feelings they're having. So you mentioned nature, right? And going outside. Yeah. So like some really like bite-sized, things that we can implement right away when we're observing it, that would be super helpful. And then also, because these are their superpowers, how do we support that without overwhelming, right, them with whatever they're already feeling?
Yeah. Well, I think emotional ownership is one thing. We want to encourage our children to talk about their feelings. So many children come into this world and share their past life experiences and all this cosmic energy, and then our information. And then around the age of 4, 5, it starts to shut down because they go into school and they recognize, oh, this isn't a common thing that's talked about. So at home, it's important to encourage your children to talk. Ask them questions like, well, ask yourself, is this mine? Does this energy belong to me? And that can be a tricky thing to feel, but it is, that question can change everything for people, for children. If they can start to identify what they're feeling and what belongs to them, and even where did this begin? What was there a situation? Was there a particular person they were around that brought on these feelings? And this helps bring them discernment and helps them have a strong understanding of themselves. And then teaching them boundaries are kindness. A lot of highly empathic children believe that kindness means always saying yes and making sure that everyone is happy. If you are someone that picks up on other people's feelings and emotions, you want them to feel good and you want them to feel happy because you're going to pick up on that. If someone else is happy, you're going to pick up on that. But that can lead to children being a bit of a chameleon and trying to make others happy. So boundaries in that is not your job, that you're not responsible for everyone else's health, wellness, and happiness and joy, and teaching them that kindness and boundaries can coexist and that they can have compassion for what someone's going through without taking it on as their own or without, again, trying to fix it. And one thing that works really well is that a child can take the emotions that are coming in from elsewhere. They can wrap it in love and light and sparkles, whatever works for your particular child, and then return it to the people it came from. And that gives them something active to do with what they are feeling, rather than trying to erase it or diminish it or escape from it. So that's a great thing. And then grounding, going outside barefoot on the grass with your children, gardening with them. You know, a child's hands in the dirt is so healthy for them. It helps them ground, hugging trees, collecting rocks and sticks, sitting quietly and just listening to nature. And then another thing, I spoke earlier that empathic children need more quiet time than a lot of other children. Having a space where a child can retreat and regulate is a wonderful tool for a parent. This can be setting up a reading corner, a blanket fort, a swing, a quiet bedroom, just someplace that's all their own. This is not where they're sent out of punishment. This is a refuge for them. And one of the tools that I have in my book is if a child's out and about and they can't go to their reading corner or their fort, they can imagine, and because empathic children have such vivid imaginations, imagine that they're sitting in a golden bubble of safety. And what that's doing is that is helping them energetically tap into this frequency of peace that they are able to do for themselves, so they can self-soothe and find that quiet time, even if they're out in a crowd. And they may take that bubble of golden bubble of safety that you suggest and make it into something fantastic, which is wonderful. That's what we want for them. But that helps them. It's not disassociating, but it's allowing them to step out of whatever's happening in in this particular moment for them. Also, as a parent, if we keep an eye on our children, we can recognize what triggers them and what triggers that overwhelm. I have 3 children, all empathic, and I recognized right away that if we had too many social events in one weekend, it was hell for everybody. And I limited them to 1 social event per weekend, which could be difficult because sometimes they had to choose between a few birthday parties. But that helped them have a good time and not go into this social hangover for days afterwards, which just caused issues in the entire family. Everybody was arguing, exhausted, overwhelmed. So recognizing those triggers for your child, and as a parent or a caregiver, using your ability to limit those or to help your child recognize those things. And, a child could be triggered by a person. And this can be a little tricky. Let's just say there's an uncle that for some reason, when your child is around that person, feels overwhelmed or antsy or anxious. You may need to be around that uncle. That's part of that child's life. You can decide if you want to not have your child be around that person, but you can also teach your child to protect themselves. When I'm going into a crowd, when I'm going to be around someone that I'm uncomfortable around or triggers anxiety, I can put that bubble of protection around me, or I can imagine a magic shield where I can talk to them and be kind, and I can be present in that social environment. But this bubble or this shield blocks some of that energy that's coming in so that they don't feel overwhelmed. And then cleansing it afterwards is a great thing too. And, and the last speaker spoke about school, and I really think this is an important thing, is getting the teacher on board. Explaining to your child's teacher that they are extremely empathic and a very sensitive and intuitive being. Children are wild. Children do not contain their energy. It flies all over the room. I have so much respect for teachers. And like I used to volunteer in my daughter's class, it would be 3 hours and I would have to go home and take a nap. Bless their hearts. Their energy is just flying all over the place. So you have an empathic child in a classroom of 32 other children, and they're picking up on everything that's going on with each one of those kids. They're picking on what's going on with their teacher, what's happening in the collective consciousness of the world. It's a lot for a child to sit through a classroom, through many, many hours in a classroom. So if you can talk to that teacher and ask them to give your child breaks, let them take extra bathroom breaks. When I was a kid, I went to the bathroom all the time. I think my teachers thought there was something wrong with me, but I just had to get away and catch my breath. So ask the teacher to let them run errands, let them go outside and run something to the office or walk another child to the office, or just step outside and take a few nice deep breaths. That will make a huge difference for your child. And you'll recognize, if the teacher recognizes that and respects that and supports them, that they'll be getting through their classroom, their day so much easier, and coming home less exhausted. They'll be able to concentrate much easier on their schoolwork and be more successful and just be happy. And I think a lot of times teachers see empathic children as difficult, when they're not difficult. They're just overwhelmed and they need a minute, and they need some space to regulate and then return. And then I have one more, Julie. Normalizing their experience, but also empowering them. And we talked about this a little bit, but this is one of the greatest gifts that parents can offer, is telling your children, I believe you. What might be helpful for you right now? What tools have we talked about that you could utilize right now? What can I do to help you? I know you've been in this situation before. What has worked in the past? And then also, physical tools are huge. A crystal, they like that superhero thing, a spray or a mist, a certain rock, or, cleansing their energy field. Imagining they have a magic duster where they're dusting off what's not theirs, a mantra. I had a client who had a son that was extremely empathic, and it would trigger anxiety and he would become kind of hyperactive in the classroom. So I made him a little mist. It was essential oils and water. And I can't remember, but we labeled it something like clearing and calming. And what he would do is he would raise his hand. He had a wonderful teacher, get her attention when he felt himself being overwhelmed. And he would step outside and he would take his mist and he would mist his aura. And he would send intention that this mist was releasing anything that was overwhelming him and helping him find a state of inner peace and inner calm. He'd take a few deep breaths and he would go back in. Now, I use essential oils that help with calming, which is great, but it was mostly a child having something physical to utilize is going to help them feel empowered, like that magic sword or that magic dusting mitt or whatever you can find for them that's helpful. Is great. Also, black tourmaline is such an amazing stone. And if you let them know, this sucks away bad energy, clears your room of any negative energy or anything that's scary, they can put it under their bed, they can hold it, they can have it in their backpack. So those are the main things that I can think of that I've shared practical with my clients and with other children that I've worked with that are highly empathic. So are you there, Julie? Do you have questions?
I am here. Sorry. I'm
Okay.
still learning this. Oh my goodness. That was amazing. Like that could be condensed into a whole book in and of itself. Like, yes. And then there's that. So I haven't gotten your book yet, and I will. I don't know why there's this thing that you're unmuted right now. But I
muted because there was some feedback, but
oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took notes. I just appreciated all of that because it's so practical and so easy. And some things like like the mist. It could be a crystal, like you said. It's like it doesn't matter what it is, but children need something they can hold on to, and and the golden bubble of safety. Wow, how empowering is that? I feel like that's practical, not just for our children, but for everyone.
I use my magic bubble of safety all of the time. The minute I sit down on the airplane, going into a concert. But yeah. And it's
Yeah.
really helpful. It gives you something to do with that anxiety or that worry, which can be great for children.
And this is something I haven't thought about is getting the teacher on board. I guess maybe there's still a part of me that's like, oh, I don't want to be the weird one. I'm already so weird. Like, do I want to be weirder? And
Yeah. But I think even though it's scary, I think more of us that do that, the more we're going to educate teachers that may
nothing
not
weird.
that. And if they're like, what does that mean? I have run into a lot of people that don't know what an empath is, don't know what that means. So taking the time to have a chat with the teacher, explaining that to them and explaining that, that you will recognize simple things for my child can make a big difference. And then they might start weaving that into their classroom as a whole, where they give kids time, more frequent breaks out in nature or breathing breaks, or they have them take their energy and bring their energy back home to them, those type of things.
Precisely. This is why it's so important to have the teacher on board, because it's not weird. They understand emotional regulation, even if they don't understand the star lineage and things like that. It doesn't matter. There exists language to bridge these barriers. And more we talk about the nervous system and emotional regulation. These are precisely the semantics that any teacher would, I hope, understand. And if they don't, it's an opportune time to explain that to them. And how beautiful if you are the one who starts asking, other parents and other children will tap into that, and it creates a more coherent environment for everyone in the classroom. That is such a beautiful point. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of people that are labeled, children that are labeled as extremely shy. That child that huddles behind the mother, and when as a matter of fact, they're just extremely empathic. It takes them a minute to adjust to the energy field, to know that they're safe, to pick up on what's happening because of that awareness, and then they're able to come through. So to force a child to talk to people or to come through is not helpful either, because like I said, they can't turn this off. It is just who they are.
All kids are sensitive, even if they don't express it like in a certain, like they express it in a multitude of ways. Some might be pushing other kids and acting tough and things like that. And you know what they're doing, right? They're just all mushy in the inside. And so, the more we honor this, I think I feel like we all have to honor that all children are sensitive.
Yeah.
And they're all empathic in their own way.
Yep. There's just different degrees of that. Yeah.
Yes. So some listeners are asking again for you to show the book. It's too much.
Can I read it? It'll just take a few minutes. Is that okay?
I believe so, Neil. Can we just take a couple?
It'll be like 3 minutes.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Say that again.
Do we have time for me to read the book? It'll take 3 minutes.
Yeah. Read. Let's see. Let's just do a time check real quick. We are at. Yeah, we're good. Go for it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm just proud of this book. I wish that I had this book when I was younger. So this book is just a story. It's not all about empathy. And I did that purposely because I wanted a kid to read the book like, oh, it's just a children's book. And I just snuck in and wove in these ideas on how to help a child. Because, we don't want to make it a thing. So many times if we over-explain things or we make it an issue, the child doesn't want anything to do with it, because again, they don't want to feel like there's something wrong with them. So it's just a sweet little story, and then you'll see where it's blended in. And then it's illustrated by Cindy Ho, which is amazing. So it's called It's Too Much. It's available through my website, on Amazon, and through all types of places that you can order a book. Sometimes my grandpa gives me a huge bowl of noodles. I say, Papa, it's too much. My grandmother scoops out a big bite, and I feel better. Sometimes my friend dares me to jump off the treehouse. I say, Hollis, it's too much. We throw our shoes off instead, and I feel better. Sometimes I see someone who is sad and I feel sad too. I think, stop, it's too much. I send them kindness and sparkles and I feel better. Sometimes my dog wants me to throw the ball forever and I say, Cleo, it's too much. I lie in the yard and she licks my face and I feel better. Sometimes I feel like I'm not in my body. I think, body, it's too much. I go outside and I pretend to be a big tree and I feel better. Sometimes my mom kisses me a lot and I say, Mama, it's too much. We hug and snuggle and I feel better. Sometimes I feel like other people's feelings are stuck on me. And I think, everyone, this is too much. I take a shower and I wash away all the feelings that aren't my own. And I feel better. Sometimes when there are too many people around, I feel scared. I think, people, this is too much. I find a quiet place and I take 3 deep breaths. And then I feel better. Sometimes I worry that there are scary things in my room. I say, monsters, it's too much. I make myself big and bright and I yell, get out. And I feel better. Sometimes my brother makes me laugh until my side hurts. And I say, Cruz, it's too much. We lie in the grass and watch the clouds, and I feel better. Sometimes everything feels like it's just too much. I think, world, this is too much. I put myself in a golden bubble of safety, and then I feel better. Sometimes the lady at the store gives me an extra large ice cream. I say thank you. I never say it's too much. And that's my book. Oh,
You gave the ending away. It's so cute. Thank you. I feel like these are universal principles in there that could be applied by adults as well.
Yeah.
100%. I loved it. And I especially love the body tree grounding. Like when I'm out of my body, become a tree. Like everybody can use that. And then what was the other one? Other people's feelings, wash away the ones that aren't my own. That's a huge lesson, learning that early in life.
Yeah. Utilizing the element of water to help. That's a regular thing that children should do that are sensitive and empathic. By the end of the day, just letting all their worries go, anybody else's energy, anything that doesn't feel calming. Yeah, it's a great bedtime ritual.
Definitely it is. Patty, thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate you. And I'd love for you just to, before you go, do you want to share anything else, any closing words, and where people can find out more about you?
Yeah, I just want to remind people that empathy, whether you have it or your child has it, it's such an amazing gift. And we need to treat it as a gift. And with everything, we need boundaries. And the more we have boundaries, the more the more our empathy and our psychic abilities will grow. That boundaries don't shut that off. That actually helps them expand and grow even more and have us have an even deeper connection spiritually. And my company is Wing and Ether. Wingandether.com or pdavispsychic.com. And you can find everything there. And Instagram is at Wing and Ether. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's been wonderful being here.
Thank you, Patty. It was wonderful having you.
Thank you so much.
See you
Enjoy
again.
the rest of the convention.
Thank you. I love what she just said about empathy, because I reminds me of what Bashar had said, that they don't call telepathy, they call it telepathy. Because you're coming from empathy space, you connect through empathy, I just want to read one quote here before we bring on JJ. We have Kelly saying, so
I feel if we transcribed all of this and we took all the tools everybody said, we could probably create a new curriculum for the world, you know. But Kelly said here, classrooms would benefit from a plant on every child's desk. Bring nature in when they can't go outside. Full spectrum lighting as well. It reminds me of the Scandinavian educational system, Finland and Norway, how only half the day is actually in classroom. I think around 3 to 4 hours a day, and then the rest of the day for up to hours 6 and 8, they go outside, and that's how it is for the years of their life. So they're learning education, but then they get to experience things in person. They get to actually go and see what plants and trees they can eat the fruit from, and what the names of these plants are, and connecting with nature. You know, so I really like that comment.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, are you ready to bring on JJ?
Oh yeah, of course. Let's do it.
Do you want to do the official introduction?
Sure. Of course. JJ is a dear friend, so absolutely.
And while you're pulling it up, I'll just say I'm really fortunate enough to have met JJ a few times. Only connected a few seconds in Channel Panel, but the hug was everything. And then also the New Living Expo and Conscious Life Expo, and her just who she is as an individual, her mission on the planet, and how much love she's emanating all the time. You really see it in the way she interacts with people, and I'm just really grateful not only that she's here, but I'm so grateful that we've featured her so many times on Portal to Ascension now. She's really a huge gift to the community, and I'm just really happy to know you, JJ, back there in the green room, and excited to see what you have to present today. Do you want to continue that?
Yes, I would love to. So JJ is a galactic channel, light language mentor, activation guide, and creator of the multidimensional soul integration modality. Based in LA, California, she offers one-on-ones and group activation experiences in her cosmic sanctuary, as well as facilitating a variety of virtual offerings, including a Starseed Gridwork community, which is a beautiful community. And I've been a part of this. It's very potent. And one of her greatest passions is planetary gridwork. Since 2023, she's traveled to Hawaii, New Zealand, England, and New York to support and activate the crystalline grids. And she's dedicated a great deal of time to managing schedules. She is a mother of 8. For those who didn't know this, sports, games, laundry, never-ending to-do lists of large family with her partner of 25 years, wonderful Michael. And as a result, she's able to offer a beautiful blend of spirituality and grounded real life energy to all that she does. Welcome, my dear friend.
JJ, hello.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for your very kind words. It's such a privilege and honor to be following already as we kick off this summit. Just some incredible presenters. I feel very honored to be here. And wow, I know how you felt, Julie. I think it was between the transition time, and you were like, I just gotta like sit here for a second and let this integrate.
Yeah, those multi-dimensional young adults we had in the beginning today too. I'm like still feeling that frequency, and I know how sensitive you are to energy. I know it's in this space, so you've probably had a chance to tune into that. And what an honor to have you. Let's tune in together. I mean, I always love doing that with you. So how are we feeling today?
Perfect. Well, I thought it might be appropriate as we begin to simply invite everybody, whether they're listening to the playback, whether they're with us live, to just connect to their bodies, because I know you know and I know that as we are honoring the body, honoring the integration process of all of this incredible information, that everything just flows so much more smoothly. So just taking a moment to take a deep breath and just placing our hands on our heart. And one thing that's standing out for me, Julie, is I'm really noticing all of the hearts of all the beautiful souls that are here in human form, but I also feel many different cosmic beings, angels, ancestors that are gathered around us right now. I feel Gaia herself. And a lot
Yeah,
of rainbow ray energy too. How
when you
about
said
you?
Gaia, as soon as you said Gaia, I just felt all this energy in my womb space. This
And a
field
little.
of
Oh yeah, go ahead.
nurturance. Sorry,
It does
nurturance.
feel like that. It does. Parailai toda tinishtai kirarito lai tiraiti suyaman yarai kiaratola naya tokoish yarai kiaraya no hiaya. We definitely have a beautiful group of cosmic mothers that are somewhat avian like. I don't know that I've personally connected with them before. They may be connected to some of the presenters, the children, some people here, and they sort of feel rainbow, but with an iridescent energy. I've connected with the crystalline avians before, but these are almost like a rainbow crystalline avian collective, and they say they're mothers. So I just want to witness and honor them. And I imagine that if we do a Q&A at some point during my presentation, that we would love to have them bring in their wisdom. So I just want to open the field to that.
Just feeling the heart opening energy that they're also blasting us with right now. It's like they're peeling off these layers in the external parts of our heart, inspiring us to open more and more to this field of crystalline children and all of these new generation, new dynamics of frequencies that these children are bringing in. So you mentioned Q&A. Does anyone have questions in this space that they may want to perhaps ask JJ to channel these beings and their transmissions through?
Can I start
While
out with a
you're,
question
oh
for
yeah,
you?
go ahead. Go ahead.
And I don't know if this is for the cosmic beings or for you, but your experience of having 8 children, what are the age ranges?
So my youngest is now 11
Okay.
and my oldest is 27.
So what have you experienced? Because like this event hopefully will eventually become, even as the years pass, more and more practical until actual curriculum for the awakening is developed. What challenges have you experienced with that, with the system that they've been a part of, and what kind of things have you come through the realization that we can implement, maybe that are just the first steps of us implementing and moving towards this new way of being?
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you ask about curriculum because I've been in other containers where that comes up. Julie was with me in one, I think that was with Tara last year from Australia. Okay. And the crystalline children, they came forward during that. I might have to, my AirPods just went out. So yeah, just mute. They laughed when we asked them about the curriculum they wanted, because they said, you need to be more worried about curriculum for the parents than you do for the children. Now, I'm not saying that you won't produce curriculum, because I'm all for producing curriculum for children. However, it was very amusing that they mentioned, my husband and I, for over 15 years, worked in and with a private school format and developed our own flavor of that curriculum that was kind of like Montessori, Waldorf. There's a lot of that mixed in. It was like a hybrid homeschool and public school. My husband was a public school teacher for 10 years. So we have a lot of experience in curriculum development. And what we have found in pioneering new templates of education, and I think it's really important for us to be realistic and practical about what this could look like boots on the ground, because we get very dreamy about it. But Patty just mentioned some very practical things, like really realistic things. How to application. What we found is that we had incredible curriculum. We had to train the parents as much or more than the kids on how to do the curriculum. And the issue was, by no fault of their own, as a lot of programming, many of them were not used to doing that. And they did not feel that it was their job to put in the time or the energy to figure it out. And so they just resisted it. And finally, they would just leave the school. So, I mean, I'm telling you, we've been through a lot of initiation around education and trying to help people see new ways of learning. Now, we have a lot of success moments in that. We have a lot of stories and a lot of ideas that we implemented successfully. But that would be it, is that whatever we can do to deploy as much information for parents and plant seeds in the different ways that come out there, children's books, because they're more open to swallowing a children's book series at the moment than for the time being. There's got to be some kind of energy exchange for a private educational system. Either you're investing in homeschool curriculum or you're paying for a private school curriculum. So this isn't free yet. We have to remember that too. I mean, probably in more of a commune style, absolutely. But that's not what most people, that's not what the masses have. So then it's like, what are they willing to legitimately invest in that's going to start to calibrate them? I didn't even know I was going to go down this road, but I can feel this practical sense coming in. They will invest in a series of children's books. They will watch TV shows. I mean, Neil, I know that you know that entertainment, the edutainment is there. In my opinion, that's how it will be delivered before it's actually deployed large scale in a classroom. I'm complete.
Wow, yeah. I love that you raised that, because it's not, I mean, although the summit is called Star Children Summit, and let's not forget, we are all generations of star children. There is not going to be new systems. There's no new education system unless all of us are in it. And very much it starts with the parents. And I believe even the young adults that started off our summit today, they kept going back to that. It's like, it's raising consciousness, right? It's not, that's how we support the entire collective of children that are coming in. And at the same time, I'm inspired. I'm inspired that we are more ready than ever. You and Michael, thank you for being this wave of devotion, of bringing in the new. And I would really, really love to see us now having the level of consciousness where we can go and go to the source, go to the school and shake things up without having to bite size. Here's some books, here's some programs to I feel like we can be off that introductory phase. I feel like we can at least start bridging, new
Yes.
programs. And it's
Yes.
and that's part of it's semantics, right? Right away, we're not going to go in and say, well, we're all space beings and like maybe we're not ready for that.
Well, we're talking about architecture here. We're talking about architecture. We're getting very masculine. I think that's what's needed, right? We talk a lot about the ideas. We need the masculine, like, how are we going to do this? I 100% agree. I should add a disclaimer that what I meant was en masse. There are always pioneers. we need you. If you're sitting here and you're like, I'm going to go in my hometown and I'm going to start a school, I have a vision. This is what we did. We did this. We did that. We were the people, I mean, that everybody thought was funny or weird because we were doing different. Everybody else went to public school. Everybody else's kids were in football and all of the things. And we were over here in a completely spiritual curriculum. And it was like weird. We were the weird. We have to own the weird. So there's always going to be those outliers. We need you pioneers as well. But here's what I found. And the reason I think I'm going like this, and then I'm going like this, and then I'm talking about it from this perspective and that perspective, and I appreciate you bringing that in, is because what I noticed was that those who are the pioneers and the outliers have a lack of skill on how to bridge that to others. So they feel that they're just going to isolate. So I love what you said, but how can we do that without isolating? That's, I think, my question. I mean, not my question back, but like to everybody here.
Could you elaborate on that? How do we do that without isolating?
Yeah. How do we create these special, unique educational systems, private schools, without isolating ourselves from the mainstream to a degree that would prevent them from even knowing what we're doing, because it's kind of like either weird or secret or whatever? How do we bridge that metaphysical with the more muggle side of things, which we all need? How do we keep it was, Patty, wow, Patty, thank you. She did not say she put her kids in homeschool or private school. She was in public school, and she was like, listen, we're teaching them. Do you want to hear the biggest, craziest thing right now? All of my kids are currently in public school because my team said they now need to go to public school to bring the frequency there. So, but I don't think all kids need to be in public school right now, Julie. I think there needs to be a place and a space. I mean, all I can say is that my husband, and this movement we were part of, was, I feel energetically anchoring in architecture, it's okay to be different. And we did all that. It's okay to be different. And now what's happening is, okay, how do we now do all that? It's okay to be different. But hey guys, we don't think you're horrible for being in public school. We have some cool stuff over here. We think you might like it. Let's band together. Let's get the private school group and the public school group kids into some service project, into some way of uniting them. Because, I think at this point, at least in my opinion, there are so many people with the wisdom, just like you said, Neil, to just whip out that curriculum in 2.2 seconds flat. So we're kind of at a moment where we're harmonizing the architecture, the funding, and the ideas in a way that benefits all of humanity and doesn't have it be compartmentalized for this like special segment, because that's what the crystalline children are asking. That's why like telepathy tapes has become mainstream. Did anybody notice that? That's why. They're the bridge, I'll be honest. They're right there, a huge bridge. So
yeah. And I feel like
that was enough of an elaboration.
No, that is perfect, because that, where the answer lies, that is exactly what the children are here to do. That is, if there was one thing, everybody, okay, this is the key takeaway. This is exactly what the children are here to do. They're the bridges. My kid is in a preschool. It's whatever, like nothing, no alternative or whatever. But here's the thing, every time he says something that is not, perhaps, I feel like is in higher consciousness or whatever, okay, that he's learned from school, he's witnessed, here's our chance to talk about it. Let's have a long conversation about this. Right. And then there's other moms. And I mean, they know how strongly I feel about screens. And so, when their kid pulls out like an iPad or whatever, they know I'm going to say something. They try to feed my kid some cake. They know I'm going to say something. Right. Like, so this is where the bridging is. It's okay they understand because that's my kid. My kid is the bridge. If I'm just going out there and embarging on everybody's lifestyles, that's a different thing. But because it's a child, they get it. You have your unique way, and we honor that. And
That's the key.
that's the key. And and I understand why your team would have your children go into public school. I too know that next year when my kid starts kindergarten, he's going into public school. And also I'm going to learn all of the technology system that they're using and and I'm going to use that. Right. I'm going to use that. I'm going to be very involved in the school. I'm going to use that to build my own school.
We are in a Star Children Summit, so I imagine everybody here understands galactic multidimensional selves, galactic connections. One of my biggest connections is with the Arcturians, Julie, and I am a data, how do I say this? Part of me, my mission here is to collect data to give to the Arcturians so that they can measure things. This is very basic what I'm talking about. I am in public school with my kids. I am in there to assess how the consciousness is shifting. And let me tell you, it is. Okay. I have a child who's 27 and I have an 11-year-old. Imagine what I have seen in and through every educational system, everything that you can even think of, because I've been in all of them. I've done homeschool, public school, and private school. I'm like, what the heck? Can I just pick something, stick with it? But the Arcturians will say, thank you for the data. We need this data so that what we're bringing in for you in support of what you're doing can be specifically catered to it. And I don't even know when I do this. I do this in like my sleep, you guys. Like I'm not just like writing a journal. Dear Arcturians, this is
got an Excel spreadsheet open.
It's encoded with me. But I can feel my mind, my Arcturian self is like, oh, that's interesting. And do you know what is required in order to do that? Two things. One, you hit the nail on the head, Julie. This whole rainbow ray that I felt at the very beginning, it's honoring everyone's unique path in terms of education. Okay. So it's not being threatened by what is different than us. It's not the other moms being threatened that you don't do cake and screams.
Right.
Or saying they're better or you're better. It's honoring that is what you would like to do. Wow. And the rainbow ray. And so beyond that, in terms of like bringing everybody onto the same page, it's releasing judgment. Oh no, I cannot remember his name. The young man who was with his mom, what is his name again?
There were Luke and Alex.
The second one was Luke, right?
Luke was the last one.
Luke, what did he say? No judgment.
Yeah.
No judgment. How judgy are we of somebody who thinks differently about, it's both sides there. And the crystalline children, they're like, it's not gonna fly. The holier than thou homeschool realm, I'm being really blunt with you guys right now. That realm will not build bridges. And that's what the crystalline children are saying. They're like, listen, you cannot take sides. You cannot be threatened by what's different. Patty said, what is it about setting boundaries? It helps you with discernment and it helps you also serve your purpose better. Everyone has their unique contribution to this ascension process. When we own ours fully, we're not threatened by other people's, and we can all just sail away and do the best at what we're there to do the best at. And that's just my 2 cents on what I've seen in the educational realm over all of these like 30 years in education. So the end. I feel like I'm on a soapbox. I do have an activation. I do have an activation that fully dropped in that I'm going to do in the last 10 minutes. So you tell me when I have 10 minutes left. Is now the 10 minutes?
It technically is, but let's keep going.
Okay. I just need 10 minutes because something dropped in at the beginning and I was like, I know exactly what I'm going to do in the activation. So yeah, we'll go.
I have a couple of questions and then we'll do that. Okay.
Please do.
What I'm getting out of this also, like the whole cake, like saying that don't give my kid cake and then someone like getting offended. I think part of it is also taking things personally as a personal attack as well, or knowing something isn't good for your kid and somebody else is doing something. I heard this from, I was with Elizabeth April at the Monroe Institute. She was giving an example of how she recommended not to give something to her kid at a game or something, and the mom got offended and stopped talking to Elizabeth because she was giving advice on what would be better for the kid or just for her own kid, you know? And it was because that parent knew that it was bad, and it was almost like a direct attack on them on what they were doing for their child, right? So that was one thing. But I love what you're sharing also on we focus so much on the children curriculum, we're not realizing it's a re-education of the parents and humanity. Okay, I'm gonna say a few things and I just want you to freestyle on what I'm saying here. And then also like this whole hierarchy thing of like I see, you know, as a person who doesn't have children but has definitely thought about children, you know, and what it would happen.
And you were a child.
And you know, I was a child for quite a while. Some say I'm still a child, so you know, I was emotionally stunted at 5. I've never grown up. So with that, like some consider children as the lesser, and therefore you must learn everything from me. Like that's how my parents were, right? And then some think of them as the teacher, and that's all they are, is the teacher, and that therefore you never really even teach them or facilitate them because you have held them up on a pedestal as your master. I think maybe there's a balance of both. How do you become the steward of your child without dictating your child's life and guiding them the right way, and at the same time also be the student to the lessons that your child may bring?
Sheesh. Listen, we all know you've been a parent in other lifetimes. That what you just asked was very wise. And I have no doubt that, and this is part of what I'm saying, is like, I'm just going to dismiss you, Neil, because you haven't had kids. But as a multidimensional being, honoring you as a multidimensional being, I can guarantee you've had children in other lives. And you know, we've all had these. So finding that common ground and saying, whoa, I can listen to somebody who may on the outside not look like they have much to say to me. But yeah, I feel like your question honestly opened up something just without me just fully addressing it. I feel like it's like, take a moment right now and just honor the energy that you brought through with that question, because it takes a skill to ask questions of higher consciousness. You understand that you're modeling one of the components of this new but old education, which is, you know, Socratic method. We know about that, but there's this level of asking questions and curiosity that has been so suppressed that a question can actually activate more than an answer. And you don't even need the answer.
Man, that's the best answer. I'm going to say that for everything from now on.
But
I'll never answer a
your
question
body,
again.
you have to be embodied to really get that witness though. Like, no, like seriously,
Yeah.
tune into your body right now. Ask your body, did I get activated? Like your
I
body
did.
will witness.
I did. And the reason why I ask you to be honest is because I see that in what you're doing. I see like how you're a leader and how you treat everybody like they're like, you see the child within them, you nurture people. And I know you must do that for your children. With 8 children, you have to be leading in some way. And then I also see that you're constantly receiving gifts from them. And even when your son was at New Living Expo and he was there and you gave him the space to allow for his transmission. So there's no real answer. I just want to take a moment to honor you for doing that. So yeah, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah. I mean, I feel there's something opening for me. I'm going to be completely blunt with all of you. There's so much shifting and moving for humanity right now. It requires quantum delivery methods for information. And I've activated something recently, a new template that anybody can access that has to do with relaying information to a field, like telepathically. I'm actually feeling myself sharing a compressed file folder, like a zipped file folder with this group right now, because can you imagine how long it would take me to share with you all the wisdom and all the stories from all my kids, especially boys? I have a lot of boys. And like, I feel like if people just open for just a moment to it energetically, they can feel a little bit of that quote unquote download. And I feel like I just want to offer that to you as a gift from me. Because there's no need for us to reinvent the wheel every time a new parent or someone becomes a new parent right now, especially. This is how it used to be, like in the time of Lemuria. There was a better understanding of how to bridge wisdom and incorporate and integrate wisdom among the generations. Energetically, not just through talk. And I think what I'm doing, Neil, because I'm laughing at even what I'm saying, because I honestly did not picture my presentation feeling or looking like this. The crystalline children say, JJ, you are modeling these new templates. You're not just saying, this is the new template, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. They're like, no, the way you are delivering the information right now, we are asking you, I'm thanking them for their support, to show this audience what a classroom would look like, or what this sort of environment would look like. I'm feeling that. And it's fun. And it takes a lot of trust. So thanks, guys. Thanks for trusting me.
Definitely. Thank you, JJ. Julie, any final question before we get into the transmission activation?
No,
We're ready.
I'm in the field right now, and I love how we brought up modeling. And just kind of going back full circle to your question, Neil, like, how do you steward and lead our children? It's by modeling. And it's so specific to each and every child, because what we need as our unique blueprints that we carry, what we need at that specific moment, like, how do you tune into that as a parent? There's no other way than just to be in that moment and to model it. Kids, you can tell them, and any parent would agree with this, you can tell them all day to pick up your toys, to blah, blah, they would never listen. The only way you get them to do anything is you gotta do it yourself. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I have a final message from these beautiful rainbow crystalline avians. They want us to see them as you could say, their friends, their collaborators, their colleagues. They're not like above us. They're in it with us. And they are reminding us of the power of presence when we interact with our children. Our children, especially those born after 2012, are specifically wired to notice things, and they can notice when we are not present. So when we try to communicate with them, not in presence in our bodies, if we're dissociating and trying to communicate with them, they will respond to that in a certain way. And your kids. So these beautiful avian friends are saying, listen, sometimes you are trying too hard. There are some very simple things you can do to make a quick shift in your child's mood, or, asking them to do something. So, but whatever you do, be in presence when you make the request. Number one, because they can tell when you're in relationship with them and when you're just barking orders. They can tell. I have my husband to thank for that piece of advice. So with that, I want to take you back to the 9/9, no, not the 9/9 portal, almost a year ago, June 2025. I was in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid in Egypt with a small group. There were only 6 ladies there. And one of them, my dear friend Natalia, she has an incredible mission with the crystalline children and the dragons and the dragon mothers. And I didn't know what to expect when I went into the King's Chamber. It was a private tour, so there was no one else there. But it's a giant frequency chamber, right? So it's like being in a loud church where you can yell, something, it'll echo, 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 echo. But it's also a very energetically it's the pyramid. And I drop in and I'm meditating in darkness. They turned the lights completely out for us so we could just be in that. And the weirdest thing happened. I started downloading songs, like melodies and songs came to me. And there was a specific song that came to me. And I didn't realize until later, but that song was intended to be birthed onto the planet by the children. And it was a crystalline children's song. Fast forward to solstice that same year, and I was in Hawaii at Julie's first Star Children retreat. And I taught the kids that song because I was told I was not to bring it into the world until it had to be sung by children first. And the interesting thing is, right before this call, I did a class. And in that class, we talked about the Great Pyramid. And I talked about my visits to the Great Pyramid. So I'm like, wow, this is such a synchronicity. And then 2 days ago, I was cleaning out my closet and I had found the little pieces of paper that I used to direct the kids on the song. So what I'm guided to do is to invite us to sing this song together. This is like the anthem of the crystalline children that they showed to me, and hold an intention that as we sing this outside of time and space and dimensions and realities, that we can feel that this is a frequency in a song that's radiating the birth, like codes that will help to birth all of what we're talking about here. And I'd like to also call in our visions of the future, right? Our visions of what is coming, but it's already happening outside of time and space, and just really allow that to fortify us today in any areas that we may need more strength, more confidence, more trust, and more validation. So I'll sing a line and then you can sing after me. I know we're all muted, but it will still work. It's magical. So take a deep breath, sit up nice and tall. Welcome to choir class. Let there be light. Let there be love. Let there be peace for all the children. Let there be light. Let there be love. Let there be peace forevermore. So I'm going to do the whole thing again, all the way through. Let there be light. Let there be love. Let there be peace for all the children. Let there be light. Let there be love. Let there be peace forevermore. One more time. Let there be light. Let there be love. Let there be peace for all the children. Let there be light. Let there be love. Let there be peace forevermore. And with that, and with deep gratitude and love, just holding in our hearts this vision that is being anchored in and through this beautiful summit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Such an honor to be here with you.
Whew, powerful. Hey, I didn't know when we were on Big Island that you channeled a song in the King's Chamber in Egypt, and you shared that song and taught the children to sing it for the first time at King Kamehameha's temple. What the on solstice, everyone? It's just, you can't make this stuff up.
No.
And there's like, and the whole temple was built for King Kamehameha to reunite the islands together, but that temple was devoted to war. So there's just
So we activated love there.
yes, and light. Yeah.
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 Wow.
Thank you.
JJ, love you so much. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome.
We'll see you again soon.
Bye-bye.
Love you. Thank you.
So much love.
Wow. I think I needed to go to the doctor because I've had goosebumps for like 6 hours. So seriously, I've literally just had goosebump after goosebump experience from this whole event, and it's just been such a beautiful, emotional, energetic bubble. Everything is just so nice and slow, and there's so much peace coming from this experience today. We're all just sitting in the energetic bubbles after everybody speaks, and it's almost like we don't want to get offline with each other. That's the energy I'm feeling. How about you?
Yeah. And you know where that is emanating from is from each and every one of our inner children.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's so true, right?
Right. We were talking about how the parents need to get on with the curriculum. How do they do that? We all need to reawaken and reconcile and reclaim that part that is within us, that inner child. Yeah.
On some level, I feel like my inner child is being seen by hearing all of this. There's like a healing going on deep within.
Yeah, me too.
Even the vulnerability, like the tears, the emotional moments, the pure unconditional love from Alex and Luke. I mean, that was just pure love. There was nothing but just an emanation of it. And it's just a reminder of what we are.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for holding space for that.
Yeah.
And calling it what it is. Just pure love, right? It's simple. Isn't it simple? There's not going to be a whole thing of words and a book written about it's that simple. It's just being in that heart space and tuning in.
I'm starting to even when JJ was about to answer about curriculum, I thought her answer was going to be like, we don't need a curriculum, because that's as I said it, I felt like she was going to say that. And I remember when we first started talking 2 years ago or something, and I asked you, is there a new curriculum? And you're like, no, we're just going to do this and, see what comes from it. And now I'm even realizing maybe even the curriculum, like a structured form of how we're going to implement things, maybe is not multidimensional enough to even experience what this will look like. And then the answers from Alex and Luke were like, you are God, bring God into school, kill them with kindness, send them love. It's all about us, right? It's like the things have no choice but to shift when we give ourselves the love that we know we are. And then we start leading with love through every interaction. If we led through love, through our educational system, guess what? We wouldn't be leading through a system in which we're getting people ready to work a 9 to 5 because we need more slaves to the system, right? Like you truly, if you loved all of the children because you realize one thing I'm realizing more and more is that we on Earth do not realize how much of a collective soul we are. We might as well, what I say now is we might as well just be one person, every being on Earth. Because you know how many trillions of civilizations exist? The fact that all of us are here on this planet together is actually way more rare that we're all together than there, than we think there is. And once we start realizing that we're not just like, oh, one human family isn't just some sort of metaphor, but it's actually quite a reality, and we start treating each other like that, as cliche as it sounds, like loving thy brother, right, and thy sister and everyone. If we start treating every child like they are a continuation of humanity's legacy,
Thank you.
right, then
Yes.
what happens next?
Yes. Wow. That's so beautiful. Thank you for being an embodiment of unity. That's really what it is. And that's what we came here to remember, that we are one. And that's actually how my son activated this whole New Earth Trust thing. It is my soul's legacy. And seeing him and tuning into what can I really give to my child that's lasting, that's eternal, right? And it's not, and then when you really tune into that, like as any parent, you will get what I'm saying. And even if you're not a parent of a biological child, if you're here, you get this. It's not about making your own child happy. He or she will never grow up as a happy child if he's around other children who are not connected to their hearts, who cannot truly be who they are, who are not able to fully remember.
Yeah.
And that is really our collective legacy, is to cultivate a future where we all can grow up in a space where we remember, we are connected to our hearts, and we know who we truly are.
Right. The whole community and unity thing is and relationship, Earth is based on relationship. We learn a lot from each other. And even like what JJ was saying about private school, and to each their own, and even for her realization to take them to public school to kind of connect and have that relationship. And you can have someone in private school but also not be judgmental of the other. That's a whole other reality. But going there and connecting with them rather than othering yourself.
Yes.
Or figuring out ways, you might prefer this type of educational system, but figuring out ways not to other people, ideas, all that stuff, that goes across the board for everything, right? School, education, politics, religion, governments, countries, more and more, right?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that into this conversation. Really, like, we are as above, so below, right? Like, if the galaxy is as diverse as it is, we here too need to learn. That's one of the biggest lessons and biggest challenges here, is to accept that we will always have differences. Even the most multi-dimensional curriculum that one can dream of, there will still be contested components about it,
right?
And so it is,
which is the beautiful thing, because the source wants to experience itself infinitely. Therefore, there's infinite expressions of any type of intent, any type of project. And that is how we evolve. Otherwise, we stay in the status quo. There is no evolution. If we aren't always continuously pushing for, what does that mean? This is what it feels to me. And then we're going back and forth to figure it out. And therefore, we create something new.
Yeah. And that's what the children are here to teach us. Right. Yes. Like, with that level of unconditional love that we have for children, with, their little bodies, they're so cute, like they disarm us.
Well, it's funny, like, we're going to get into we have 2 more speakers left, everybody, and they're pre-recorded. So we're going to get into in a second. But, I never really thought of having kids for like 1 year in my life, right? My ex-wife. And then I'm really happy we didn't, because it never worked out. But then later, like, only a year or so ago did I ever think like, oh, actually, I think I'll be down to have a child, because I was like, no. But my brother-in-law even told me, like, are you sure you don't want kids? I think you'll be a good father. And I never even thought of myself as a father. And then I just went to the Monroe Institute 2 weeks ago, and I was with some really amazing people, that are in the community, people doing great work, a lot of who I work with, and like 4 or 5 of them have like kids, and we were having lots of conversations with children. And Ra was telling me, that's what I said to you earlier, is that he goes, Ra of Earth, he was like, I really recommend you have a child. And he goes, there is nothing like the expression of the feeling you get when you have a child, and the love that you feel for that child, and how you will do anything and everything for that child, even more than your family member, your parent, your uncle, your best friend. That it's just a life-changing thing. And I guess it must be, if it's so challenging for some people too, but even when the challenges come up, you have so much love, you know? And so what I'm getting at is, after this conference here, I'm probably going to end up deciding to have a child. No, just kidding. Who knows? But like, it's really interesting that conversation happened a week ago, and then synchronistically a week later, here we are on the Star Children Summit, speaking about it and going even deeper into this.
I feel like the universe was prepping you.
Right?
And,
Maybe.
And come on, we are talking about one family, right? Just because you don't have your own child, just because maybe some of us are past that biological age, or not in the external realities where it seems fitting to have a child at this time, it doesn't matter, right? It ties back to what we're talking about. This is our collective legacy. This is, my child is your child. Your child is my child. That's how I see, you know, when I walk into preschool with my kid and all of these beautiful children like running around, and they all come up and they say hi. Any mom who comes and pick up their child, all the kids will come and we all know each other's names. It's like, anybody mess with one of those kids, you're messing with me. Like that's like that is how I treat any like kid that, you know, like it's just a very natural thing. And if we as a collective, if we can do that, if we can see another's child as our own, if we can extend this type of love, wow, there will be no wars.
Yeah.
Because that kid is your kid.
Right.
That is just a reality.
Yeah. And as you said earlier, it takes a community, or it takes a village, and that was how it used to be back in the day. Yes. Right. And also when we're at a higher level of consciousness, there wasn't as much things that we needed to protect, you know, children from. And so as we move into the higher level of consciousness of integrity and transparency, we can get back there. And living in Asia for a while and seeing the way they are with children in different places. In Bali, it's so interesting. So we took my little nephew in when he was like 1.5 years old, and every waiter in this is a big restaurant, every waiter went up to the baby to acknowledge it and say hi, right? And then all these waiters and waitresses are literally just like, for the next hour and a half, making faces behind of the baby, just like at random times. And then like 4 people came up to ask to hold the baby. Right, 4 of the waiters. You will never get that in the West, right? But it's like, it was so interesting that their culture was so much community based that a bunch of those like 15 waiters that all interacted with the baby in one restaurant at any given time, and they couldn't help themselves. They needed to acknowledge the beauty of this new life. Yeah. Right. And I was like, wow, this is kind of giving me a glimpse of like an ancient way that it could be.
Yeah. And here we are. We're going to bring that back.
We're bringing it back. Yes. All right. Ready for our next one?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'll do this intro.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Excited to introduce someone new on the platform. So the next, you have Mary's video, right, Julie, on your computer? We have her coming after Paulina, because she pre-recorded. Make sure you have it lined up for later. So we have Paulina Overlight Soul coming up next. She's pre-recorded, and then Mary Rodwell. Paulina's in Bali. Oh, speaking of Bali, what a segue. And then Mary Rodwell's in Australia, so it's very late for them, so we pre-recorded it. So Paulina Overlight Soul is a multidimensional oracle, mentor, and trans channel devoted to humanity's evolution through the embodiment of divine intelligence and the activation of the soul mission and the awakening of quantum technologies within the human system. As the founder of Soul Cold Ascension School, Polina supports leaders, starseeds, and visionaries in anchoring higher dimensional consciousness through ancestral remembrance, DNA activation, and alignment with the divine plan. Her field transmits codes of multidimensional embodiment designed to awaken soul memory, ignite the divine genome, and restore the human system in its organic coherence with source. She trans-channels the unified fields in the 7D and 9D councils of light of Sirius B, Arcturus, and Andromeda. These frequencies carry crystalline intelligence, guiding the whole system into full spectrum alignment with the oversoul consciousness. She mentors souls ready to step into multidimensional empowerment, those who came to co-create new earth through sovereign light embodiment, spiritual integrity, and soul-aligned leadership. And I had an opportunity to hang out with her in Bali a few weeks ago, and she just, from going to dinner, she was transmitting some beautiful codes, really tapped in. She has her own son that's now 15 years old and has had an experience of raising her son by herself, and has really tapped into what I would say is perfectly alignment for today's topic. So we're going to go in the background here, and we're going to go ahead and play Polina's video. So see you guys in a sec.
Hello, beautiful ones. My name is Polina Ovasolite, and I'm so happy, excited, and honored to be co-creating with you within this space and to speak about the topic of star children, star seeds, and the future of our civilization, future of our beautiful kind. Today, I would be speaking from the perspective of a mother. I have a 14-year-old son who is a star child. He's connected and already co-creating with Arcturus since he was born. I would also be speaking from the perspective of Ascension Mentor, Trans Channel, and a star seed myself. So everything that I'll be sharing is also applying to myself. And I'm inviting you to open up your heart to receive this information, not just as words that I'm sharing with you, but also as frequency that re-educates, rewires, and perhaps liberates your system to the extent that it activates your innate natural understanding and memory, what it's like to co-create with intelligence of stars, what it's like to co-create with your cosmic multidimensional DNA, whether you are a parent, a child, whether you are a being who is walking the pathway of awakening, ascension, and embodiment of your own divinity. So I'm inviting you to receive this space with an open heart and know that your authentic soul frequency and beauty of your heart is welcomed and received by the space itself. Let's begin. So before we start, let's define who star children are. Star children, they are not children in a traditional sense that we perceive as beings who are younger, who are more innocent, less experienced than adult versions of us. Children are extensions of source by default. And no matter how old we grow biologically and physically within this physical dimension of experience, we always remain innocent and we always remain pure within our core. We just go through different stages of co-creating with different beliefs, different programs, and different softwares that adjust our perception of who we are, what we are here to do. But if we peel away all these layers as an onion, we would understand and feel, we would reconnect to our spiritual core, which is ongoing state of innocence and purity and childlike virtues. So soul of a star child or star seed is eternal. It has no age. It is at the same time can be perceived as a very ancient intelligence that has been experiencing self across multiverses, across various quarters of our galaxy and different galaxies, and has obtained a certain level of memory, has cultivated certain degree of consciousness that involves and includes in self understanding, compassion, and all virtues of intelligence of life that seeds life itself within different planets. So, for example, the reason why star seeds are incarnating on this planet, because originally this planet has been co-created and has been seeded with cosmic intelligence, and original carriers or vessels for this type of frequency and type of galactical intelligence were our brothers and sisters from different star nations who represented multitude of different cosmic forms of awareness. So children who incarnate upon this planet now, they have this innate connection to ancient timelines. Why ancient? Why not future? Because when we shift out or phase out from third, fourth, and even fifth density, we start co-creating with laws of physics differently. And even though our human perception is coded to perceive this reality through linearity, we are born, we live, and then we fade away from this physicality, and we transition into a different level and quality of experience. So we perceive our journey here on this planet as a linear one. But imagine that time as a concept is experienced different within different aspects of our multidimensional consciousness. And when we shift from one level of awareness to another into more refined octave of our consciousness, the way we perceive everything, including time, changes. And often we get a memory activated that what we perceive as future, the most distant, the most incredible, phenomenal future, is actually our past. It's a memory that we already lived, and it felt so good. It recoded us to the extent that we decided to, from the future, send out these impulses and communicate this information into previous versions of ourselves, like higher self connecting to human awareness and coding these dreams, this information, these beautiful programs and this beautiful how do we even say it? Yes, information, these visions into human awareness. So the human awareness recognizes these dreams and feels, acknowledges that these are incredible, these feel so good, they feel so right, they feel so natural. So we start taking aligned actions towards creating these realities, towards changing and transforming within ourselves. So we lead ourselves into that future. But future can also be perceived as one of the most incredible past timelines that we have walked. And not only walked as individual beings, but as entire field of collective. So star seeds and star children, they're naturally born with this memory of future timelines, how amazing and how beautiful version of our civilization looked like when we were at peace with ourselves, when we were at peace with nature and with all sentient beings, because we knew how to communicate with one another without manipulating energy, without manipulating consciousness, without carrying shields around our hearts and trying to be something or someone that we are not. So timelines of authenticity or entire spectrums of realities that are based on unity consciousness and experience thoroughly are these beautiful realities that star children are incarnating from. They have these memories, regardless of how young or old the child is. Memory lives within. And these memories we are born with, and these memories, they guide us through life. So these beautiful beings, they carry a great degree of multidimensional awareness and perspectives that perhaps contradict with perspectives of past generations of humanity. So their perspectives and their understanding of reality is more rooted into unity consciousness rather than paradigms of conflict and scarcity and separation consciousness. So quite often beings of stars or beautiful star seeds, regardless of how we name them, how we name each other and ourselves. It's the same intelligence that we speak about. So these beings are often feeling like they do not belong on this planet, or that they do not understand this environment, this reality. They accept the rules of this physical dimension, but they do not actually want to consent to it because it does not feel natural. And often these beings feel that they live in isolation, or they need to protect themselves from humanity. And this is what happens when a star awareness starts to forget itself. An awareness of a star or of a being who is deeply connected to cosmic intelligence is to shine upon past, upon present, and upon future. Because through radiance of our soul, we actually bring and upload codes from the future timelines. So star seeds or star children, they always feel that there is a deeper, more profound meaning to this life than just physical reality, than any social construct. These beings feel that the purpose of their presence here carries a significance far more larger and bigger and more valuable than just participating in dynamics that are imposed upon our social. Okay, I think I'm saying it wrong, pronouncing it wrong. It's okay. So they feel that social constructs are not the only roles that they're here to participate. And within a life journey of a star child, star seed, there are multiple activation stations when awareness of such being, of a human being, needs to undergo awakenings. And these awakenings are scheduled and they're coded into biological vessel. So these experiences that I call as activation stations, they happen in childhood, they happen in teenage years, in early adulthood, and so on. So a being who is connected to stars has to truly be connected and honoring own nature to understand when this grand awakening calls ring and happen, to choose to go deeply into establishing connection with own soul consciousness, rather than judging the experience and thinking that this experience is not actually normal, because it's not something that parents, grandparents had. So there is no reference point how to hold self through this experience, because no one is to hold one another. The strength that is embodied is always recognized from within. And star seeds and star children, they will be experiencing these awakening calls, regardless of what they look like in their own ways, because we all are unique and individual. And these wake-up calls or activation stations are intended to detach awareness from the external world and redirect the gaze towards spiritual connection. Because within that spiritual connection, all answers, all information, clarity, with greatest precision is provided. So when a star child, a star seed is undergoing one or a sequence of different awakenings, it means that greater clarity and precision is going to be achieved, is going to be recognized. So from that moment, a mission is being more activated and more revealed. And this is what we call divine empowerments. So star children, they often incarnate with understanding that biological parents are not the only family members and source of love and source of programming that is available. They carry understanding that there is a greater intelligence than a human one that exists everywhere. It is the omnipresent unconditional love of Divine Father and Divine Mother. So we remember that beyond human reality, there are other versions of this unconditional love that we get to experience through co-creation with our parents, Divine Sophia, Christ Light, and Christ Light, and reconciliation with those versions of our cosmic parents or divine parents is what every star child, every star seed, deeply inside of own heart feels that there is a longing. And this longing can only be recognized and to be acted upon when the star child realizes own uniqueness and own divine purpose, which is not always to walk somebody else's shoes, but to pave the way on own, following the impulse of own uniqueness, following the guidance that comes from within. When we begin to understand that we all are individual awareness, yet we are linked to the larger awareness of cosmos, of heaven, of angels, of unconditional love itself, the moment that we recognize that we are not just humans, we are so much more than human consciousness can hold consciously, that's the moment when all our ascension teams start stepping into our field, guide us, mentor us, and support us. So it's highly important for star children to feel that support is here and support is absolutely everywhere. And we are never alone. We are never walking this path alone, because star seeds often feel alone within this physical plane of existence. The mission of star children is not to repeat the past. It is to anchor codes and patterns, paradigms, blueprints of new life that has not been explored by human consciousness upon this planet and the next version of this planet, because our planetary consciousness is also evolving and shifting into its more refined version, more loving version. So that version of our planet matches the vibrational purity of star children. So the memories of conflict and wars and all this dualistic consciousness is not encoded into these star children, into the star seeds. So they are much lighter in their expression. They are less drawn to study conflict and equip themselves to be able to fight back. They're less interested in coming up with defense patterns or shielding their own heart. Their innate desire is to shine bright like a star, is to be authentic, is to create as their soul is inviting them to create. And they also help to seed a shared mission, which is seeding a whole new divine blueprint for humanity. So these beings, they are definitely messengers from future. And the way to parent these beautiful children is first of all is to separate our human parental ambitions, thinking that we know what's best for them. Our assumptions is our responsibility to deal with. We are not to project anything upon our children. We are to create an environment of unconditional love, unconditional care, support that reassures them and inspires them to become who they are supposed to be, who God and Source have envisioned them to be. And as a parent, I would say that the most important role is to observe the uniqueness and signature virtues that are present within each individual child. I am a mother of one child. So if I would have more children, perhaps I would say, well, my girl is different from my son because they are different. I do not know how to compare because I do not compare my child to anyone. And there is a beauty that my focus is singular, and I get to understand that whatever my identity in the past, when I was younger, when I had him, assumed that his life journey will look like and unfold, had to be dissolved. And I had to learn how to love him unconditionally without projecting any attachment, without projecting any expectations upon his nature of what it's supposed to look like. And when we have multiple children, we have to observe what is encoded as seeds of divine love into every single child, and create an environment that does not interfere with their coding, but that environment provides all the nourishment, all tools and skills, and even behavioral patterns for these children to mimic or to replicate or to reconnect within themselves. So they explore and experience their life on this planet without feeling that they are coded and birthed or breeded to be a replica or to be somebody else's extension, because it's a very hard burden for an innocence to carry, that a weight of responsibility of somebody else's expectations. And if you are listening to this message, I'm pretty sure you know exactly how it feels. So as parents, we are to create a field of unconditional love, observe, and also we have to remember that these children, they are here not to learn anything that is not resonating with their hearts. So we have to transform on a personal level as parents to be neutral observers of our children. Meanwhile, understanding their future challenges, and since we have our experience, finding the most appropriate energies within ourselves that we can share with our children in the present moment, that in the times that may to come, when these children will experience challenges of their own, they know what it's like to co-create with compassion, kindness, humility, that is being passed on to these children through mother's love and the love of the father. And of course, love of the community, society, and so on. So we also, as parents, have to transform and develop strong character based on virtues of our soul to be the most the most charging station, the most powerful charging station to these beautiful souls. So these children, they are our future. And sometimes we perceive future that's something that is mysterious and unknown. But if we are to go deeper into our heart, and if we engage our multidimensional awareness or consciousness of our soul, we actually can remember creation of soul agreements with these souls. And when we remember creating these soul agreements and how exactly it felt, we understand that it's not just them who are coming from future timelines. We are also the ones who have created those future timelines, and our role is to bridge past, present, and future. So from the perspective of a parent, we also feel a lot of empowerment, because the future is not something that is unknown, something that we have to prepare. It is space and quality of experience that we are born with. And throughout our human life, we somehow often forget these qualities of energies or these qualities of consciousness. So through connecting to our future children or to our already existing children, energetically and through the field of unconditional love, we also get to remember our purpose. So co-creation with star children is phenomenal in so many ways. And star children, they share a mission. They all remember themselves as intergalactical beings, meaning that they're not only belonging or they're part of one star nation or a couple of star nations. They remember themselves as cosmos itself. So their perception of identity may be quite fluid and liquid. I remember when I was a child, throughout the journey of my upbringing when I was a child, I remember standing in front of a mirror and seeing as a reflection of myself different faces, different hairstyles, different hair colors. And I had no attachment to any of these identities. I remember sharing to my mother, saying that I see a woman with long black hair, and I was born as a blonde child. So I couldn't understand how I would have long black hair, and then I would have a reflection of myself looking like this. And I felt nothing as well because I was not attached to any of these identities. So I was connecting to my future self and the future expression of myself. And there was no attachment because there was no trauma that has made me attached to any version of my identity. And the same way can be applied to cosmic origins. Sometimes these children may feel more of DNA strands activated that are corresponding with Pleiadian star nation, sometimes with Lyran, sometimes with Anuhasi, sometimes with Sirius B. And every star nation has cultivated throughout their journey of evolution incredible virtues and incredible, profound, multidimensional, eternal wisdom and quantum technologies. So by recognizing themselves as, for example, a being of one star nation or another, these children are able to bring through their own sovereign connection to source and through their own remembrance unbelievable quantum technologies that are going to completely transform not just what reality looks like, but completely transform human DNA, not just on multidimensional and etherical level, but also on a physical level. So these children, they are the answers to any questions that have been formed through separation consciousness in the past of our civilization. And we are helping to bridge those timelines. The way to educate or parent such children is to recognize who we are dealing with. When my son was born and when he reached the age when he needed to go to school, we lived in New Zealand at that time, he was born there. So at the age of 5, I started connecting to his higher self and to his councils of light to identify the most aligned pathway, how to support this baby of mine into becoming who he has to become, according to the vision of his higher self. So my prayer and my request was to be shown, what do I do here from the human perspective, and what does my husband at that time needed to do? What would be the most loving way to support him? I did not feel strong resonance with any schooling system, to be honest, that I was able to access, that I was consciously perceiving. And I had a little bit of hesitation to send him to normal school because I knew that he would encounter all sorts of dynamics. And I had a fear that what if he's going to be bullied, because he was naturally so attuned to consciousness of plants and birds and animals. He was speaking for hours, talking to hours to plants, to ducks. He was channeling consciousness of our planet, Earth, Tara, and Gaia. And sometimes he would say information that left me undeniably confident in my perception that this child is co-creating with Arcturus. So anyway, when I was talking to his higher self, sounds so funny, when my son was 5, and I was sharing to his higher self, so mature, so parent-like of me, my worries and my concerns about his human experience, which actually never happened. His higher self told me that this child is connected to Arcturian civilization, and there is nothing that I need to worry, first of all. And the other piece of information that was shared is that he remembers naturally educational system that he has been also helping to create within Arcturus throughout formation and different phases of development and evolution of that civilization. And the cosmic educational system looked as a child is learning as a soul, child is learning as a young one, not only biological functions of organs, but they are learning within different realities within Arcturus, that every organ is a universe. Every organ is corresponding with another one. Every organ has an etheric replica. It's connected to emotional body. Every organ is connected to a stargate, to a chakra point. And therefore, always cooperating and interacting with different versions of energies and different properties of energies. So instead of learning physical organs, because in Arcturus they don't have same organs as we do, it's something that is a little bit different from our, for example, digestive system. But they are learning the spiritual anatomy rather than just the physical anatomy. And star seeds who are connected to Arcturus, they are born with these memories. So that's why star children who are co-creating, for example, with Arcturian civilization, they're naturally drawn to plant medicine, to co-creating with different herbs, co-creating with intelligence of nature, because they know how to regulate well-being and how to increase vitality through engaging frequency homeostasis rather than focusing on physical symptoms and how to numb nervous system, so nervous system does not feel any discomfort while the body is suffering. So the educational system that we are here to create for them is to be based on uniqueness recognized, and also to be recognizing that every child is coming from different civilization and they carry vibrations that are also supporting us to remember who we truly are. Within Arcturian civilization, they are also understanding that co-creation with different star nations is part of their innate experience. So their bodies are not just solidly formed through frequency of Arcturus. Within the Arcturian star nation civilization, there are also many beings who are councils of Sirius B, cosmic intelligence, Andromedans, Pleiadians, and so on. And that every organ within the physical body is also a replica or in direct connection with the planetary stargate, with planetary nodes, with the ley lines, with the different frequency hubs. So to understand the interconnection of all beings, they have to recognize themselves as unity consciousness. And since they recognize themselves as unity consciousness, their decisions are made based on love. So the educational system to support star children, first of all, needs to be based on observation, kind, compassionate observation, channeled curriculum that involves not just biological studies, but also spiritual anatomy of our multidimensional beingness, and also educating children into virtues and belief systems, value systems that are channeled from spirit, rather than coding these beings to fit in the world that they're not even to touch, they're not even to interfere with. And when we speak about value system of spirit or belief systems of soul, these virtues are always fundamentally simple, and they will always invite us not to overcomplicate the nature of our experience, but go back to fundamentals, which is studies of love, how to be the most authentic, embodied, empowered embodiment of love that is serving the greater good of all beings and not just serving self. So it is important to understand that these children, they have different DNA strands activated. This means that their higher energetic centers, their chakras, are already open, are already active, and they carry information that sometimes may confront us. Sometimes it may challenge our own coding, our belief systems that we have created identities based on. So as parents and as loving field who welcomes these beautiful souls and children into physical expression, we need to be strong. We need to be as loving to ourselves, as loving that we are to them, and as loving as Source is to us. So the future of humanity is the future of love. And imagine if we, as parents, as guardians, teachers, mentors, and so on, as participants of this process, do our best to shape up, to evolve, to snap out of separation consciousness, to stop feeling sorry for ourselves, stop indulging in illusion and misery, and procreating what is not serving anyone, what is not being the most loving expression of source. What if we evolve and become better versions of ourselves? What if we embody virtues of our soul and channel our thoughts, channel our feelings, channel our words and actions? We naturally would be not interested in anything that feels like conflict, that is depleting our energy, that carries no meaning, that carries no significance, that simply drains and empties our energy bodies. We would be naturally more drawn to more purposeful and more conscious life, styles of lives, and more conscious ways of being. The next step would be releasing shields that we have placed around our hearts, around our throat chakras, around entire energy body of ourselves. So we created these shields to separate and to protect ourselves from other beings because of our coding that we live in the world of conflict. So therefore we need to protect ourselves. So if we let go of that, we let go of what we have placed upon our psychic centers, and the next step would be through working with our vulnerability and integrating our emotional body back into our being, we would be naturally activating innate higher frequency, high dimensional sensors of our body, such as extraordinary abilities to perceive reality, not just through our main physical senses, but through our multidimensional awareness and through feeling ourselves as electromagnetic fields, seeing, hearing, and be truly feeling and living this life as ignited beings of light. When one mind is no longer hiding and protecting self from the mind of another, such abilities as telepathy are naturally activated. We do not need to learn how to do that. We remember that it has always been there when we remove what we have placed to serve as a shield, as a fence, as a boundary. So these beings from the future timelines, they are born with that already activated. Our role is to do the same and to prepare ourselves for a lovely contact with their purity, because for that we need to recognize the equal level and extent and quality of purity within ourselves. And this is the job that for current version of humanity. I know that this conference is about future of children, but I started this message from saying that children are eternal. We all are children. We all are children of God, of Source. And our kids will always observe from our fields what we have integrated within ourselves. And if we integrate our soul, our spirit, our brilliance, our authentic signature frequency and virtues of love, unconditional love, this will change our character. It will change our behavior and all the different patterns of the mind, the emotional body. We will be embodiments of who God has intended us to be. And first of all, we will feel that our life is full of purpose. We are empowered, support, supply. All that is needed is there. So what we are here to do is to create and live in joy. And if this is what we accomplish, this is exactly what our children will absorb through our fields. So for them, we are not just biological parents who are to teach them how to brush their teeth and how to tie their shoelaces and how to do math and different algorithms and so on. But we are as their family, not just biologically, but also spiritually. So they never feel lonely. They never feel that they need to I don't think there is a word like that. Search and seek for their tribe outside of the experience that is in front of them. And this is our role as parents, as community, to evolve to the extent that no being who is in our field feels separate from unity consciousness, feels separate from source and from intelligence of stars. Beloved ones, thank you so much for receiving my message. Thank you so much for being present. And I hope that it has ignited memories within yourself, and understanding of yourself, and perhaps understanding of your children. Because, to be honest, all that we need to do is guide ourselves, our kids, and everyone into the field of love. And there we all remember our own uniqueness, meanwhile doing our best to stay sane and to identify what matters, what is real, and what is not. Thank you for receiving this transmission, and I'm wishing you the most amazing integration of codes that you are receiving today, tomorrow, and through the journey of your lifetime. I'm sending you lots of love from Bali, and I hope to co-create with you in quantum field with your frequency, and seeing you being truly happy, embodied, and fulfilled. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
That was
Oh,
such a beautiful transmission.
yeah, loved it. It was the galactic component, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I felt that. And all of the themes, like I love how I mean, she wasn't even here today, but like she live, right? But like she incorporated all of the themes that were presented by every one of our presenters, and what we have been also transmitting too. There was something I forgot to say.
Tell me.
For the record, you would make a great father.
Yeah.
I bypassed that. Sorry about that.
Thanks. You know, she ended here with something that seems to be an ongoing theme the whole way. She says, all that we need to do is guide our children and ourselves into the field of love.
Yes. And you don't need anyone else. And it's such a starseed thing that we have too. Always trying to find our tribe, always. And of course we do. Of course we do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet the power is always there within us, because our entire tribe is here.
Yeah. You know, I had a conversation with her when we were having dinner, talking about trust, protection, and safety, and how, like, I consider like the masculine role based on protection and safety, right? And we were talking about male-female dynamics, and she was speaking about, well, what happens in a world where you no longer need to protect because everything is safe? And I'm like, that's so interesting, because we're moving into that world. So then maybe the dynamics of what it means to be a man, or means to have masculine energy and feminine, maybe we don't even completely understand that fully, because in an ascended world, the protection is like protecting from the bad guy, the other, something might happen. Safety is like walking down the street and you need to be safe, something like that. And then she said, guiding us into the field of love. So now I'm thinking, how do we guide people into the field of love? Well, maybe we heal the need for trust and protection and safety, so that that's just the default in the world.
Yeah, I feel so strongly aligned with that, and that's actually why I call my organization New Earth Trust.
Yeah, I love that name.
Trust is it. It has been shown to me that one of the biggest programming that our bodies have been subjected to on this planet is we've lost the ability to trust ourselves and trust each other.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and like she said, like the field of love, like being in that means we no longer distrust. We can trust each other. We also trust ourselves to be powerful enough to be able to trust.
Yeah. So interesting, because I've said that to myself before, like I don't trust myself with this or that, and there's so many different things. Like, how do we fully trust ourselves? Because you can, like, it's a willpower thing, right? Like if there's certain things and vices and activities and actions that you do that make you feel that you're not trustworthy to yourself and to others, how do you have the willpower to even choose what is technically right for you and for the other, even when your body or your urges or your mind is telling you something else, right?
Yeah. And let's
Okay.
expand that
Right.
question. How do we trust ourselves as parents? How do
Mhm.
we trust ourselves as stewards for humanity?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have all the answers. I'm just asking these questions alongside with you.
Yeah, yeah, no, I love it. That's what I love. Like even when I do my presentations, most of my presentations have like every 30 minutes just a list of questions,
Yeah.
because it's, and that's part of what it is about being human. It's about the exploration of the why and looking into it. And so you can go into the questions and as in, oh my God, life sucks, everything is terrible. So we're asking questions how to fix it. Or you can go into it with curiosity and fun and play it like a game, like, wow, how interesting we can explore this. I'm curious about the why, and that's how it was with me and my childhood traumas, where I would ask questions on how do I heal myself? How do I love myself? But from this place of deep woundingness and trauma and sadness and shame. Even when I was saying it was riddled with shame. And it's like, then just over the last few years, I shifted it. I even laugh sometimes when I ask the questions, you know?
Yeah.
And it's because I'm like, let me have, oh, how do I, like, I'm no longer emotionally attached to that. And now it's more about an exploration on how can I continue to refine myself to continue to become the best version of myself.
Thank you for bringing that out. Children are always barraging us with questions. They are an endless source of questions. And that is how they form the realities around them. And this brings one of their gifts as well for us to witness that and ask ourselves questions. And what you just said is the way we frame our questions, what we ask ourselves, are precisely what creates our external realities. And it's such a beautiful reminder, especially in our day and age where there's AI, artificial intelligence. And I mean, I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole right now, but what what we ask, even artificial intelligence, I feel like has a really big role in how we shape not just our own reality, but the external realities. And star children, I love how Paulina brought up this conversation about who we are as star children, because there is that inner child within us that is the one that had to hold the wound, and the times that we've been told to shut up, the times that we've been told no, you can't do this. Our inner children are precisely that part of our psyche that's been holding that for us so that we can function in this world, so we can learn how to navigate our external reality. And that is the part that, okay, now we have to connect with and say, hey, okay, I'm ready to listen now. I'm ready to tell you, yes, you can do this. And then there's that cosmic star child that is also within. And that is the infinite. That is the cosmic. That is, the galactic part of us that knows that while we do have all of this power, that we have infinite creative potentiality in this world. So through conversations like these, I feel the biggest objective is to reclaim both of these aspects, not just the inner child, which I know, has been made something that we need to heal. We need to, come back and say, oh, it's okay. Like, I'm listening now. Yes, that part is important, but also reclaiming that cosmic, powerful star child that I know is within each and every one of us. Because there's those two aspects of that. And it's not separate. It's just remembering that, the inner child is not the wounded one alone. It is also the powerful one. It is also that field of infinite possibilities as well.
Right. That's the knowing. That's the cosmic truth, right? The knowingness, the intuition, tapping into it. going into yuga cycles and the new age energy here, moving from the age of the guru to the self guru, realizing we have that innate ability inside of us. And even like my last email I sent out that you read, Healing the Father Wound, I spoke about in there about becoming my own parent, right?
Oh my
And
goodness.
how somebody had told me that for so long, like you had, because I was on some level waiting for my dad to change or do something or say something to me, but even if he could, I wouldn't be able to receive it. And it was like I had to figure out how to become my own father and reparent myself, right? And so that's even a deeper level of us reparenting. And what is that reparent, that parent? We have that parents are our gods. They're like omnipresent, omni-knowing, right? And you become that to yourself,
Thank
right?
you. Yes. Thank you for bringing that into this conversation. And yeah, that email, I mean, I bawled my eyes out because it resonated so much, and it also triggered like a lot of the things that, yeah, I that are still in my heart, and that is a beautiful part of the solution, that is knowing, now is not the time for us to wait for our parents to change.
Yeah.
Nor are we here to change anybody, period.
Yeah. It goes into that whole looking for a savior mentality that we project into government, we project into religion. Religion is God saving us. Religion is Jesus saving us. We even have it like, I'm saved by Jesus, right? And even if that is the case, not to say anything about organized religion, but even if all that Jesus is doing is reminding you who you are and what you're capable to do, and now because this person has given you some words that has triggered an awareness inside of yourself, that person saved me. But it was you that took the energy, the time, the patience to understand the messages to make that shift, right? And so it's like we need to take our power back and not wait for an external savior. And on some level, the whole world is still waiting for that to happen, right? And we become our own. We become our own fathers, our own mothers. Yeah.
And there's nothing more powerful than that, precisely that, to be modeled to our children.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're going to get into Mary Waddle in a second, but I want to take a pause here. And first of all, everybody's tuning in. You're on Portal to Ascension, so welcome. I know we're on a bunch of different platforms, Twitter, Instagram, 2 YouTube channels, as well as the chat room. Everybody that's watching on the website, thank you so much for tuning in on our new platform, our new website. And I'm saying this now because I know how people start to drop off towards the end. On the website, you'll see this says watch day 1 right at the top, and see watch day 2 right next to it. So you're going to come back to the same page tomorrow. You're just going to click watch day 2 live, and that's where you're going to see it. And if you are on a different platform and do not know who we are, go to portaltoascension.org, sign up there, join the movement. We do a lot of events like this. And this is a collaboration with Julie from New Earth Trust. And we are collaborating on her mission, which is part of our overall mission, which is uplift and empower humanity on every level. And Julie, I'd love for you just to speak really quick about how people can find out more about your movement, and then also let's talk about Hawaii now, and then we'll have Mary Rodwell jump on.
Yes, so everything you can find on my website, trustnewearth.com. And as I've said, if there's one thing that you can do right now, go to the website and sign up for the emails, because this is an unfolding project. This is a co-creation. I know everybody in here are tuned into the field. There's always new energies arriving. And with that, we are upgrading, expanding. So same with this vision and this movement. So there's always something new. Even this event that I'm now anchoring in Hawaii, this came, a few weeks ago. And so stay updated, stay connected, and be a part of us. And starting from next month, I'm going to be hosting these free circles every month for families. Like, even if you don't have any children, it doesn't matter, because we are One Star Family. And it'll just be a short circle, 30, 45 minutes. You can bring your kids if you have them, bring the whole family. And we just tune in together. We support one another. We share with one another. There will be like a shared ceremony. We can share on what's happening in our field and to anchor our intentions together for the collective. So be a part of that. And then I have another membership program that is launching in October. That would be the Star Family Village. This is where we find each other. This is where we reclaim that village that we've been looking for, where we can be truly ourselves. We're not here to fit in. And that is the model. It's like, this is a village where you don't fit in, is you be your most weird self. And somehow we will co-create with one another with our uniqueness.
Yes. And you will also receive a couple of follow-up emails with the replay and access links and everything that Julie's doing as well. So you can connect with her there. And just to say one more thing about Hawaii, it's July. What dates next year?
Yes, the 9th to 11.
Okay. So Julie did something like this about a year ago, an online summit, and this is the next one. She's had these group meetings. She's done a retreat or two, maybe, I'm not sure, 1 or 2 retreats on this kind of awareness where, children got together. One was in Hawaii, and it was kind of like a workshop format of this event. So that's kind of been what's been leading up to today. Now we're taking it to a whole other level, joining forces here. And the intention is to bring these events live into a really beautiful, playful energy of Hawaii. And so it's already happening. The ball is rolling. Contracts will be signed soon, and there will be a venue, and things are going to start manifesting. Vivian Chevet, I'm allowed to give out names?
Of course, yeah.
Vivian Chevet is co-hosting and assisting with some level of production, I believe. And a lot of you here have tuned into her. And then a few speakers that are on here are going to be there as well. So if you want to have like a conference experience, a deep heart connection experience, especially as heart-centered as this event was, like, I don't know about you guys, but for me, it was like activating after activating. You get that in person in the beautiful surrounding of Hawaii, where we get to drop in deep with each other as well. So mark your calendars, July next year.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Hilton Hawaiian Village in the iconic Waikiki, Honolulu, Oahu. And Oahu in Hawaiian means the gathering place. And that is just so aligned with the intention of this gathering. It's a convergence of family, of not just our biological family, because this is an event where you can bring the whole family, including your children, because we have a special space for them that will be cultivated and curated just for them. And it is a convergence of our cosmic family, our soul family, our indigenous family. I would love to bring back indigenous wisdom. Of course, we're in Hawaii. We can bring back that indigenous wisdom. And I'm planning to bring other indigenous wisdom in, other lineages. And then with Neil, when we were chatting about it, I thought you'd be perfect for this, is to host a panel on rite of passages.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what happened to that?
Yeah, I'm excited.
What happened to our initiation?
Yeah. So it's going to be an amazing experience, everybody. So hope to see you there. If you have more questions, let us know. But you'll get emails soon as well about all this as it all unfolds. All right, so we do it with Mary?
Mary, yeah. So Mary also has something special to share with us, and you will also receive this in the follow-up emails from Neil. She has a questionnaire for starseeds, and we're going to dive into that in this upcoming interview that we've recorded together. And please stay through it. It's wonderful. She has such a wealth of experience working with star children. With that, I'm going to bring that interview in. Or maybe actually a short introduction.
Mm-hmm.
She's recognized, Mary Rodwell, internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers in UFO and contact phenomenon, author of Awakening: How Terrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, and producer of EBE award-winning documentaries, Expression of ET Contact, a Visual Blueprint, Expressions of ET Contact, a Communication and Healing Blueprint. She's researched over 3,000 cases which suggests this is a global phenomenon, contact, right? And ET communication. The star children exhibit a maturity and wisdom beyond their years, and awareness and connection to spiritual realms. Indigos, or crystal children, as they're often labeled, have telepathic abilities, spiritually awakened, describing many species of non-human visitors with a feeling that they're as real to them as their real family. And she's collected so much research, case studies, data, evidence from scientific, biological, psychological, anthropological, spiritual, historical perspective to support what Mary believes is a genetic engineer program for upgrading Homo sapiens, leading to the paradigm shift in human consciousness. Without further ado, I am going to start this interview with Mary Rodwell. Enjoy. Honor to be welcoming Mary Rodwell to the summit because for decades, Mary has worked with thousands of children families, and individuals around the world
All right, I think it's freezing. It's freezing for you too, right? So let's try one more time. Otherwise, but start emailing it to me. I might have a better connection. So we'll try
I'm
to
going
send
to
it out.
share that with you. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get it to work here. Stay tuned, everyone, for Mary. Okay, we'll figure this out. Oh, you didn't happen to get your song done with Chris, did you, Julie? No? Okay.
We're going to try and wrap that up by tomorrow so we can at least share it.
Oh, great.
So,
Yeah.
check your messages.
Okay. Give me a moment, everyone. All right. Let me download this and we'll start.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. And while we're waiting, we still have quite a few of you tuning in. Maybe you could share a takeaway from today. What's a good takeaway? I know some of you have been sharing it. Maybe you want to take a look at the chat, Julie, and see what's there. What was a highlight for you? What was something that was inspiring for you?
I know for myself, it's the frequencies that were shared in this room. It's just so loving, heart-opening, expansive, in a way that is different, perhaps, from what we may expect usually from these kinds of presentations, because often when we have a lot of information being presented, it's so natural to go into our headspace. And here, when we're talking about children, it's almost impossible to just hop into our heads. We have to, it's just their frequency just brings us into our hearts.
Yeah.
And Bridget shared that she feels super grateful to be here, inspired, uplifted, encouraged, shining brightly. Yes, sister, I feel you. Thank you.
Then we have here also from Ariel Ellie Arts. This is extraordinary and informative. I myself channel visionary artwork of star children floating above the earth, awaiting incarnation. It would be nice to contribute to this movement. Yeah, do send us an email, Portal to Ascension. Love to see that art.
Yes.
And we have about 4 minutes until this is downloaded. Just FYI.
Yeah, and Ariel, if you like, hit me up on Instagram because I could also share some of your artwork tomorrow during my presentation
Oh,
as
that'd be
well.
cool.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
What's your IG?
Oh, right. It's at Julie Suen. So my name, Shine. Julie Suen Shine.
And Natalia is saying, very healing for me today, especially in my heart space. My inner children are happy. That like I completely second that. That's how I feel too.
Absolutely. I third that.
Yeah.
Our dear friend Judy, it is
Yeah.
the love, the raw, real authenticity, gratitude, joy, freedom. We may be inviting Judy to be speaking with us, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's taken 7 more minutes to come on. Judy, you want to jump on for 5 minutes? We can make it happen. Hold on. Because I'm in a hotel, so it takes like 3 times as long to download here. You know? But let's see if we can
Let
get her
us
on.
know if your camera ready, Judy, because
And
we
you know
would
what?
love
If
to hear from you.
we do start like while she jumps on, then we can just have her in the end close out with us.
Oh,
So
that
let's
would be
do it.
amazing.
I'm gonna send you
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
Keep reading some comments while I do this.
Michelle, my dear friend Michelle, there are times I can envision the new earth and then become almost immediately overwhelmed by all there is to do to make such great change. And then there are moments in gatherings when it becomes viscerally real that we can and already are doing justice. And it is magnificent. Thank you. Because it's not about doing, everyone. Yeah, New Earth is not about doing. I just want to emphasize that. And it is by exactly these moments in gatherings where we experience, embody these frequencies that we just are. We are New Earth.
I'm so excited for tomorrow because today was so powerful. I can't wait to see how everything's going to continue to unfold.
Oh yeah, yeah. We have another powerful lineup of speakers tomorrow. It's I'm so excited.
Then we have tomorrow Rob Gauthier. Is he channeling? Do you know? Did you pre-record him?
I did, and he's not.
Oh, cool! Even better.
Yeah.
Of course he's not, because he has a child that he's literally raising, and he's got a lot to say about it.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. We have Vivian Chauvet, Gauthier, and Chauvet back to back.
Yeah.
Susie Miller. You want to speak about Susie Miller for a second?
Susie Miller.
Her.
Yeah. So Susie Miller. Oh, another powerful light being. So she was, Mary Rodwell introduced me to her, but she was also featured in the podcast Telepathy Tapes, and she wrote this book called Awesomeism, a new way to understand autism. And
I loved it.
Yeah, right. Like, so just an advocate, founder of Blue Star Education and Research. And of course, we will talk a little bit more about what she does tomorrow. But what I know is she used to practice in the medical field, but her speaking out about autism, she had to step away from that. Yeah, and it's the courage and bravery. I find a lot of these folks in the medical and scientific field that they exhibit in order to speak the truth about what they believe in, the truth that they see. So she is definitely a very empowered supporter of children who are so-called on the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. So I'm excited for that. And then we have 3 minutes left for this download. Time is going back here. So give us a few more moments. And then afterwards, we have tomorrow, we have David Gibson.
Oh my goodness.
I know David shared an email with you recently about what he's creating. Do you want to kind of like do a little?
Oh, wow, David. I mean, David, very renowned sound healer, just, yeah, in a capsule. And he is starting a movement to build these new schools. And he has designed a curriculum based on sound and sacred geometry. And it's an extensive curriculum that he has been exploring with actual families for over a decade now. And they're ready to be brought into the world. And he's got some funding and the connections. So he's giving us beyond just a curriculum and the planning. I feel like he's also bringing us the hope and inspiration that this is real, that we are bringing these schools onto this planet.
I love that, because sound healing, I think, is the best way to get into the schools with esoterics as a gateway to deep understanding of multidimensionality and all that, because it's palatable. People use sound frequencies now. It's accepted from people that might even be devout religious people, because it's like a meditation thing, right? So it's a good in. And what I'm realizing here, and this is what happens with these events, is you put them together, you put people on schedules based on timing and availability, but it always is perfect in the way it flows, right? And so like today, there was so much heart, so much love. Even Paulina's last message was about the love. And now Mary, I think, is a good segue into tomorrow, as she's been actually working with through therapy, through hypnotherapy with children and their parents for, I don't know, decade plus now, maybe 20 plus years, in which she's been going to their past lives, talking about what they did on Mars and incarnations, why they're here on the planet, what energy they're bringing forward. She is a library of information and awareness from all these children and their incarnation. It's her forte. And then tomorrow we go with Rob Gauthier, who really is, he has, I'm not sure what, exactly his son has, but
he goes into that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he definitely is a special needs child. And as it's been a challenge his whole life to really raise him. And Rob's actually been confronted with many situations in which he thought his son was going to lose his life, like nonstop, back to back to back. And to be doing the work that he is, channeling on the level he is, and then also being there full of love. I've never met a person, honestly, that has a bigger heart. So Rob, to start the date out tomorrow with his heart, and the fact that his having this child in his life cracked him open so deeply that as soon as you meet him, you just know how loving he is. That's how we're starting it tomorrow. And then Vivian, Susie, and David, I think we start getting a little more what we're going to be doing and how we're going to be creating this. Right?
I love it. I love
the
flow.
And you close it off. All right. With that, we have the video. Okay. See how we're so good at tap dancing. All right, everybody. Here we go. Mary Rodwell. Let's add this.
Honor to be welcoming Mary Rodwell to the summit, because for decades, Mary has worked with thousands of children, families, and individuals around the world who reported extraordinary experiences that are outerworldly, that are what one may call expanded states of consciousness from
Are we having the same issue? Yeah, okay. I'm going to try one more thing. Screen share. It's very interesting how this is happening for both of us. Let's try this. Okay. WhatsApp me, Julie, if this works, because I won't be able to see my screen. So here we go.
And individuals around the world who reported extraordinary experiences that are outerworldly, that are what one may call expanded states of consciousness, from telepathy to UFO contact to children remembering realities or experiencing realities that are beyond this one. Mary, your work invites us to ask profound questions about our consciousness, about human evolution, the role that our children play in our evolution, the role in how they teach us about understanding more of our abilities and ourselves. Mary, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for your work.
Julie, it's an absolute pleasure, and it's always wonderful to be part of this amazing summit that is going to help so many people across the planet, which is wonderful for me after 30 years, finally seeing things materialize in the way that it is. And so many are beginning to understand the true role of starseeds on this planet.
After 30 years of doing the work that you do, tell me, what gives you the most hope about humanity?
The new generations of human that are coming in and being so brave and so courageous and so confident of their abilities and their awareness. And also the fact that we've got the older generations finally understanding that we have this wonderful kind of posse, I'm using an American term, of wonderful generations of starseeds that are coming in to help with the change and the activation of an awakening that's going on right now, with the incredible abilities that they have, that they've only begun to start to show what they're capable of.
Wow, only begun. All right. So, I mean, with the children and adults you've interviewed throughout these years, 30 years, what new patterns have you observed to be emerging?
I think the patterns are that the children are a lot more confident now. I mean, when I first started, I remember talking to starseeds, older generations of starseeds, and if they had experiences, they were often told by their families or their parents not to talk about strange experiences going up on board spacecraft or having abilities or seeing spirits or communicating with animals or whatever, because they would be perceived as crazy, and they would be having difficulties not only at school, but, as adults as well. So keeping all these abilities under wraps because of the general consensus or mainstream awareness that this was not okay. Whereas now there are so many adults that are waking up to their own experiences and realizing that it's actually an amazing thing that's happening on the planet, that we're finally realizing we've got multidimensional abilities and that we're not just 3D in terms of the way that we see the world. And finally, I think because what's also being obvious is so many of them are relating to be neurodivergence, the famous word now, isn't it? And that's actually okay to be neurodivergent, whatever label you're given, whether it's ADHD or whether it's autism or whether it's dyslexia or whether it's actually bipolar. That's another one I've isolated as well as a possibility of being activated as well. All these conditions that were given dysfunctional labels are actually showing that we are different, we are changing into a far more multidimensional aware species.
Wow, I hear you. And I love how you brought up that both children and parents are more confident in that these experiences are happening and they're real. They're real to them. I have a membership of a group of families, and I call this the Star Children Academy, where we meet once a week and we talk about things that things that we can't talk about on the playground or at the school. And that's why we meet, so that we can talk about all of these things. And what I've noticed is that some parents, while they notice that their children have these special phenomenon happening to them, they don't really have the tools or the language to fully communicate it with their children. And to be honest, sometimes I don't even know how to fully help that situation. What do you suggest for us?
Well, it's a good question because all of this has been kept under wraps throughout history, that you don't talk about this, and it was considered there was something wrong with you. You had to be very, very careful. What I found was that parents would write to me about their children and their experiences, and it might be very obvious that they're having contact, whether they're talking about going on board spacecraft. And I always remember this 8-year-old telling me that he goes on the craft with 2 of his school friends and talked about being shown things and how he was given complex information and what have you. And I said to him, do you ever talk to your school friends about the experience so that, to find out what they remember? And he got very upset and quite angry with his mum, who was sitting next to him, and saying, Mum wouldn't let me. And she explained apologetically that she was afraid that they would think there was something wrong with him. And so she was trying to protect him. And so this is the problem. The problem is that these things are still not okay in general society to talk about. So what I put together was a questionnaire, and the questionnaire is for the children, but for the parents to ask the children other questions that they may not even realize their child was experiencing, in terms of the child not having no words to articulate it, or thinking it was normal, and that mum also saw energy fields around everyone like they did, and the colors and what have you, and things like this, which the parent wouldn't even think to ask because it wasn't in their awareness that the child was seeing things, or talking to animals, for example, or talking to plants, or talking to meteorites. As I remember a 6-year-old explaining to his mum that with the meteorite in his hand was actually telling him where it landed and it had feelings. And she said to him, well, how do you know this? Well, it's talking to me in my mind. And she hadn't realized that he was already communicating. So this is what I mean. So there are things that parents don't always realize the child is aware of. And this is why I put the questionnaire together. It's very similar to the adult one, but it's phased so that the parent can understand more of the multidimensional intuitive awareness that their child is having, which means that they can help them even more, whether they are feeling presences, for example, and not being able to explain that they feel watched and observed, for example. Do you ever feel watched? And it's something adults will say, yes, I do, because I'm aware that spirits around or whatever, but they don't think to ask the child. Or they feel that they're front loading the child. And maybe I can't say this because then maybe I'm putting words into my child's mouth. But actually the child means, what it means for the child is you're actually understanding more of their reality. And that is actually very comforting, because otherwise they start to feel very alienated, even from their own parents. Some children, for example, feel that they don't really belong, that that they almost feel like they've been adopted because they feel so different to the rest of their siblings or their family. That's a very common feeling with starseeds because of their connection to their star family, and they're aware that they're from somewhere else and don't feel at home. And that actually creates an alienation. And this is what the parents need to understand. The more that they understand about their child's reality, the more they can support them and help them. So this is why I put this questionnaire together.
I love it already. Those 2 indicators, being watched and feel like you don't belong. I mean, those are very prominent things in my own childhood. Let's start with this. I know that you are sharing a list of questions with our audience today, because this would be such a practical tool for, like you said, parents to be able to communicate and learn to a greater capacity what their children is going through, what their children is capable of doing, what their children is experiencing, because that's the language barrier that a lot of parents have with star children, is the children don't have the language to fully express what is happening to them. And then the parents also are not giving them the full space and credit to fully understand what it is that their children are experiencing. So with this list of questionnaires, the parents and the children can bridge that that language barrier. So tell us more. What are some questions that you feel are key to learn more about our star children?
Well, there's a lot, so I don't know how many I can get through, but anyone who wants the questionnaire can have it after, with you. I'll make sure you have it.
Sure.
For example, I feel my body seems too dense or bulky because for many of them, they've come from a different star system. As one young lady said, that she was a hybrid, part water being, part human, and that when she looked in the mirror, she was seeing the water being part of herself from the planet that she came from. And what do you do with that other than acknowledge that, we're all connected to our other lives in other planets and other star systems and what have you? And that's okay. It's bringing in the concept, obviously, of reincarnation and the understanding that we've got. And the other one that's very important is that they feel they've got a mission or a purpose. They've got certain things to do, like the 10-year-old that said he was a center seed and he'd come to this planet to connect with the center of the earth, and he was going to help with all the pollution on the planet. Some of them talk about connecting to the elements, for example. And I always remember one story of a young man, his mother told me about it, in Glastonbury Tor. They were going up the hill in Glastonbury Tor, and there was a big wind that was blowing around, which is not unusual in England. And he said, "Mum, I talked to the wind and it came from Italy." Do with that what you will. But that's understanding. And you can dismiss that, or you can say, well, what else do you know about the wind? How do you communicate with the wind, or how does it communicate with you? To follow through and show interest and listen to what they're telling you, because they're the ones that are going to talk about how we change this planet into what we want it to be. So, for example, I'll just read a few out and I'll pick maybe one or two out. I feel more connected to the stars than to Earth. I feel different to my parents and siblings, almost like I've been adopted. I feel no one else is the same as me. I feel more connected to star beings. It feels like they're my family. I feel I have a mission or a purpose. My body feels too dense or bulky. I feel connected to all living things, and that means everything, the animals, the plants, etc. I feel passionate and care deeply about the planet. I feel an impulse to draw unusual symbols or pictures of unusual beings. I feel the urge to use energy for healing. I feel the urge to speak in a strange language. I feel I'm constantly being watched and observed. I feel I'm being touched by something, a being, when I'm sleeping. I feel that I can communicate with animals, even plants, crystals, and minerals. I feel I can sometimes be in two places at once. I feel I can visit other places and planets in my consciousness. I feel someone or a being is speaking telepathic to me at times. I feel other people's emotions. I feel I may have unusual small objects implanted in my body. I feel I know things I haven't been taught in school. I feel I can hear people's thoughts. I feel drawn to go to remote places. I feel a strong pull to a strange planet, and it feels like my home. I've just gone through a few there. There's more to come. So there's sort of kind of feelings. And then we go into, I sense and feel healing energies. I can see auras, colors, or energy fields around people. I sense when people are not being honest, and that's a really important one. I feel I'm a hybrid in some form from a place or another planet in the universe. They're just that. Then it goes on to 2. This is the second lot. I have dreams of where I'm attending an unusual school or a spacecraft or a planet. I feel I have out-of-body experiences where I go through walls or windows. I have dreams where I'm flying. I have difficulty being in crowds of people. I'm aware of past lives as a human or as an extraterrestrial. I'm aware of going to other planets and other dimensions. I'm aware of events before they happen. I'm aware of information, knowledge in my head that had not been taught. I'm aware of orbs or balls of light. And what was interesting, I'll say this, and this is a member of my own connected family, was one of my grandchildren told me that she had an orb in her bedroom that talked to her.
Wow.
I talk to friends and I see them with my mind's eye. And that's important as well, that one, in mind's eye. I question information taught at school, and that's a really good one, because I've had so many adults say that when they were taught certain things and knew automatically they were wrong. And I remember a 13-year-old telling me that when she's at school, when the teacher says information that isn't correct, her little friend, the little being that's with her all the time, tells her it's not correct and gives her the correct information. So you don't know this. They would never talk about it, as well. And there's some other ones. I dream my mind and my body has been changed. I feel energy surges in my body at times. I have marks or scars on my body I cannot explain. I sometimes wake up with nosebleeds. I've learned to read, speak, or walk earlier than average. I become distressed when any living thing is harmed or killed. I see unidentified flying objects and fascinated by other life forms. I can move objects or affect technology, lights with my thoughts. I draw unusual beings, my special friends. And then there's, are you labeled ADHD, dyslexia, Asperger's, autism, which is, indigo, crystal, rainbow, star seeds, light, all of those different labels. Electrical equipment reacts erratically around me. I have difficulty wearing a watch. Occasionally my body will spontaneously levitate. I've been healed in some way. I have memory gaps in my childhood, and that many say they don't remember their childhood very well. Certainly the older star seeds.
I don't. Why is that?
Because when you go up on the craft, sometimes it's blocked from you because it can get in the way of you living and settling down to 3D. So it can get in the way of that. So it's like protecting you to a certain extent, because if you're trying to manage grounding and becoming 3D in terms of, you've got to get used to being grounded in a 3D reality. If there's too much else going on, it makes it much harder and can be confusing, especially when you're younger.
Wow. Thank you for that. I was always wondering that. Okay. Yeah. And it's a common thing. I've talked to many like star children's parents, and they don't remember their childhood.
Right. That's right. Because it often is a protection. Because if you're trying to manage multidimensional experiences along with 3D, sometimes it can be overwhelming. You could. I remember talking to a lady who made me laugh. She's in my first book, Jane, and she said she worked in a ladies' dress shop, and she said, I'd have one huge night on a craft and what have you, and I'd get to work in the morning and I'd feel absolutely washed out, absolutely exhausted. And she said, and I couldn't go to my supervisor and say, I really need the day off because I've been on a craft all night. So she said, there was no way I could say to her, I really do need a day off because I'm exhausted because of what I've been doing on the spacecraft. So you can imagine with a child when they go them. And some remember, but not all remember.
Right. Well, I know your list of questions are going to be very comprehensive with your decades of experience, and I love how these questions came from your research. Like, these were actual repeated cases that has led you to see this pattern, and that's why you're putting it into the questionnaire. I'm going to make sure that becomes available for the parents, anyone who work with children, or even those who are discovering their own star lineage, their star seed lineage. They can look at these questions. You mentioned something, and I really wanted to go back to it. Well, a couple of things. The first one is the little girl who who had the being tell her that the information is wrong while she's in school. What do we need to look at when we're looking at education right now? What needs to be shifted to better adjust to this new generation of children so that they can be better supported to fulfill what they're here to do?
Ultimately, Julie, I believe the children will tell us what they most need. In other words, if we give them the environment where they can say, this is what's going on for me, I'm here to do X, Y, and Z. I need you to support me to be able to manifest those in the way that they need to be manifested, which means our job primarily is not to teach them, they're teaching us. But we need to teach them how to be to ground on planet Earth. We need to make sure they eat properly, that they rest properly, that we teach them how to be human so that they can survive on this planet. But we are there really as a support team for them to show us through their awareness what needs to happen. So really, they're the teachers, but we are the support team to enable them to be all that they can be. And the trouble is at the moment, because a lot of their awareness is misunderstood, they are shut down. And our job is to make sure that they're not shut down, that they can be all that they have come here to be and to do their mission and what have you. Ultimately, they won't need that support, but initially they're going to need that because we're still on a planet that is in chaos, that is still trying to find its identity in terms of where it's going and what have you. And we're at a crossroads in terms of what's accepted as reality and not reality. So we have to protect them from that misunderstanding. Like ADHD, and there's so many people identifying with ADHD, and they're all going on medication. There are like ADHD holistic ways of dealing with ADHD, and I talk about it in The New Human, with Dr. Lena Olson and the protocols that she's used to stabilize the fact that they need certain more vitamins, more minerals of certain things to stabilize their frequency and vibration so they can manage and be fully operational, as I call it, rather than being shut down with what medication does, for example. So it's finding holistic ways of supporting them. And we know with the telepathy tapes, we know that many of them are telepathic. Understanding that, and it brings me to understanding, and I always remember one mother writing to me and saying her daughter had been telepathic from birth. And she said that she could read everyone in the room. And she's now 3 years old. And she said, it's becoming really tiring having to monitor my thoughts. And I thought to myself, well, that's going to teach us to monitor our own thoughts, because we're going to have to be aware that these children can pick it up. Because I remember, again, I think it was a 13-year-old telling me that she could read her teacher's thoughts, and sometimes her teacher's thoughts weren't very nice. So we've got to realize that we're going to have to pick up our game as well. And it's really important that we understand that we are really having to clean up our act, which is why they've come. They've come to get us to clean up our act and to walk our talk.
Wow. Yeah. So that was another thing that I wanted to ask you, is what are they here to show us and teach us? So one is to clean up our game. Is there anything else?
To show us just how amazing we are, that we haven't even begun to find out what our potential is. And with all this stuff going on with AI and what have you, and what this technology is showing, they won't be able to send their consciousness to other planets. Just as I remember, I think he was all of 7 or 8 telling me that he could go to any other constellation and any other planet at will. He just had to know the mathematical number, and he could use it as a portal to going to other planets. We have all got that potential, and that's going to be activated. And then we've got to really look at our integrity and the way that we think and behave, which is really what this ascension is all about. Is when we activate that, we're going to be like super beings, and we've got to go with the responsibility of that. So they'll be teaching us that as well.
like you mentioned, with AI now being so in our faces, how do you feel like that will affect the development of our children? Anything you want parents nowadays to be aware of? What are your thoughts on AI?
Well, I think it's all part of the human experience, that it's come in for a reason, and it's giving us a choice. It's saying, are you going to give away your power to just having robots give you everything that you want, or becoming like them, or realizing that you don't need any of that, that you can actually you can achieve all of it without even using that kind of technology. But I think it's a learning tool, just like everything that we experience. I don't think there's any mistakes in that. And also, in a way, it's learning about a different kind of consciousness, just like a crystal has a different kind of consciousness, just like an animal has, or a tree has a different kind of consciousness. We're learning about consciousness. We're learning about the fact we're all connected anyway. It's just another aspect of consciousness. And it's neither good nor bad. It's how we use technology and how we use everything, how we treat everything, really ultimately is the learning of the soul.
Absolutely. And do you feel that the roles of so-called neurodivergent children to be more unique than that of someone who's not labeled neurodivergent?
Well, what I found is it's the favorite thing for everyone to say now to excuse their behavior is like, I'm neurodivergent, I'm ADHD. Everywhere you go now is saying it's because I must be ADHD. So it's become a very favorite thing to say. But I mean, at the end of the day, what it's really saying is that we are evolving into a more multidimensional being. And that's one of the indicators, always dialed into higher awareness, ultimately, that's really what this is. It is really what this is saying. And the less programming that we have and the more chance we have to explore that and explore the diversity of what that's telling us, we're realizing that we're all unique in our own way. We're all got unique talents. And that's exciting because we don't want to be all like one another. We've all got different skills and different awareness. And if we can celebrate that rather than see it as a dysfunction, then we're finally on the right track to what we're understanding about human consciousness, which I think is fantastic. It's what it's all about. Enjoying the diversity and the difference is really what this is all about to me, and celebrating that.
Absolutely. And for those of us with children, and we're noticing that they have unique abilities or a higher sensitivity and awareness, what are some of the advice that you have, some practical day-to-day advice for them?
I think the most important thing when we're busy, and sometimes we forget, to listen to our children. And when they're telling you things, be present with that, because they've only got you really to listen to them and honor them. They may not find it at school. They may not find it with their teachers or anyone else. And you're the main one that's going to help them ground to this reality. And they need to know that you'll support them and support how they experience life. And I think that's probably the most important, more than anything else, is to listen and hear them, and active listening, not just making it something that you just do, because they're telling you their world and they've got no one else that's going to be that close to them to hear what they have to say. And even if it challenges your reality and your own paradigm, just remember, you're just your reality. You're missing a great deal of other people's reality all the time. I always remember a seminar that said that in any one moment, there's 12,000 bits of information that are coming into your consciousness, 12,000 bits. Of that 12,000 bits, you only take in 8 bits of information. And of 8 bits of that, only 4 bits are you actually perceiving what that reality is. So just imagine what we're missing. Mm-hmm. And so to be present with your children and to listen to them day by day when they are explaining their world, you can't do anything, I think, more loving than that.
I fully agree, and that's profound. I love that information. How many bits of information that we actually receive and perceive, and even sometimes children say the most what seems mundane things. And I mean, if you have kids, you get that, and they'll just tell you something, and you're like, why are you telling me this? I would strongly encourage all of us to just listen, even if we're not parents, even if we're just connecting with a child, because it's precious. They're not only their words, but to live through the eyes of a child, to see the wonderment and the innocence. That's another thing that I feel like is their role, is to remind us how magical this world truly is, because we often forget that because we get so busy.
Exactly. It's exactly right. Appreciate the fact that they're showing you a whole new world every time they tell you how they're perceiving what you're doing together, and how they and the imagination. Encourage that beautiful imagination. So enjoy them, because they're an absolute gift.
Absolutely. And grounding. You mentioned grounding. How do you help your children ground?
By doing very practical things with them. And I mean, that's really important if they're sometimes off with the fairies. And I've got a granddaughter who loves fairy gardens and what have you. But she also does gardening with her dad. They're planting seeds and things like that, going swimming with him, going boating, doing every day, going for walks in the woods, particularly being amongst nature as much as possible, and being with animals. And also understanding, I remember teaching some children in one of the events that I did to hug trees and to feel energy. And they were amazed at what they felt. They didn't realize that, how amazing that it can feel to hug a tree and what have you, and walk with barefoot on, along with the soil and the grass, and to lie in the soil and the grass, and enjoy it, and have play in puddles and what have you, as much nature as possible. Have fun with it, because that's what being on this planet is all about, is having that reality. It isn't all about being with the fairies and the angels. It's about, I'm on planet Earth, and it's a beautiful, wonderful environment to experience.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that reminder. And nature is also one of our greatest teachers. So let's not forget that. Mary, thank you so much for your time, your presence, your devotion to your work. Thank you for giving thousands of individuals, families, and most important, the children, a space, a place where they could express themselves, a place where they feel validated, seen, heard, and understood, where they don't feel like they're crazy, and where we feel like we belong. Thank you. Such an honor.
Oh, Julie, always wonderful to talk with you, and thank you for your wisdom and understanding as well. And thank you for doing what you're doing. Blessings.
Blessings.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
I love Mary.
Yeah, me too.
What great insight. What great insight. And just today, I love how Paulina and Mary, a little galactic, so many diverse perspectives and opinions today. I'm so excited for tomorrow. And anything you want to share on what Mary just shared with us?
How that was really an embodiment of living wisdom. I truly honor the generations of star seeds that preceded us. And because, all of these speakers, they came with their experience, their real life. And this is how we're bridging new earth. This is how we're preparing the future for our children. This is it, guys. Just being a part of this conversation is also, playing that role. And yeah, for somebody like Mary, who comes from like a research science background, and other speakers who have presented, I know JJ came from education, and I come from a law background. And yeah, like all of this, sometimes as spiritual people, we kind of are like, well, this is 3D, and then what we're doing now, this is new and 5D and above, right? There is none of that now. We're bridging all of that. We're bringing all of the experience that we had and all the roles that we play into co-creating the new. Let's not forget, like, all of our past life experiences, being a parent, being whatever. None of it was wasted.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really about both heaven and earth, this and that. And as we're coming up with all this awareness, multidimensional connections and everything, it's like, okay, what do we do now? And even the whole multidimensional energy of leading with love, fight them with love, all that stuff. How does that look into your daily life? How do we implement that? And they say you got to give yourself that love first, right? To give it to others. So even going even deeper, like, how do I give myself the love? And if you go even deeper, you're probably giving your love to that inner child that felt abandoned, felt wounded, felt hurt, felt something, unsafe. And as we heal that, I feel the people that I have noticed that really truly love themselves the most are the people that have done that work, or maybe never had those initial traumas, right? So it's like giving love to our inner child as we then emanate into the world. And it's almost like every event leads to the same thing. I keep ending with, if there's anything we could do, it's like, find ways that we can stop othering people and find ways of what unites us. Is we have so much more in common with us than what divides us. And what divides us is what we're told divides us for the most part. If you look at it, most of it is what authorities, organizations, institutions, religious organizations have all informed their flock of why the other is the other. Yeah. So it's time for a whole new world.
And children don't carry that. They don't come into this world saying, oh, look at that person's skin color. Look at what that person believe in, right? That is something we also learn from our kids. Initially, we were never like that. We were taught to be like that. And now it's time for us to drop being like that.
Exactly, yeah. All right, everybody. Any final thoughts before we close out for today?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everybody still here with us. I mean, you're amazing. Thank you. This is making a difference. This is how we anchor a new living template onto this planet. Wherever we are located, we're anchoring this into the grids. This new way of listening, this new way of seeing our children, seeing the new generation, seeing and creating our future together, unified.
Yeah. And as you said to everybody, that you are part of it because you're part of the conversation. How many people are having these conversations, right?
Exactly.
And thank you for the opportunity to dive into a whole other aspect of what is potential with what we're creating here at Portal to Ascension. And it's just been a very fulfilling day for sure for me. And I'm just, we're going to continue tomorrow, everybody. So stay tuned. Join us back here again. Thank you for everybody who stayed, because we kept it pretty strong. There wasn't that much people that left. A lot of you stayed for the whole thing. And again, you're going to come back to the same page. You're going to click watch day 2 live. And if I could ask you for some feedback on Portal to Ascension, just got a call from someone who had some issues with their emails and being confused about this event. I really, really would appreciate it if you ever have any issues with our system, our platform, our emails, correspondence, as in we're not it's not done correctly, let us know, because we're working out the kinks for our new platform. So don't not let us know. Please let us know, because we worked a lot of on this, and we want to make sure it's perfect for everyone. So I'll put my email there. If anything happened with confusion with the emails going out, let me know. Okay. All right. And now let's close out, I think, with 3 big deep breaths in a second here together into our heart. And heart meditation I like to do is we encompass the whole entire planet in our hearts. Okay. So we're going to breathe in, we're going to breathe out. And every time you breathe out, first we're going to breathe out to, let's say, your city or your town. Second time, we're going to breathe out to the whole entire country that you live in. And then after that, we're going to breathe out, and the whole planet will exist within your heart. So close your eyes, everybody. Just breathe normally right now. On the next exhale, begin with a deep inhale in, deep inhale into your heart. Now breathe out and encompass your heart around your whole entire town, village, community. And just sit there for a second. Every single creature, rock, tree, waterbed, person, human, being, structure within your community exists within your heart. Deep breath in again. Get ready to expand out into your heart. Expand it out, envisioning your heart expanding over your whole territory that you're in, the country that you're in. Every person, being, tree, structure, plant, rock, insect, animal, everything within your country exists in your heart. Take a moment with your hand on your heart and feel that. Deep inhale again. And now at light speed, your heart coherence field around the whole planet Earth. Breathe normally and sit there, envisioning in your mind's eye your heart expanding and the earth existing within it. Looking inside your own body with your mind's eye, seeing your heart and envisioning the earth within it. Every plant, seed, grass, tree, structure, ant, insect, animal, being, every human on planet Earth exists within your heart. Let it go with a sigh. All right. Beautiful. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Neil. So
Very
much
welcome.
love.
See you all tomorrow. We'll do it again. Okay.
Excited.
To answer that last question, replay access is on the website, available literally when we click end. It will be there within 30 seconds. So you can watch the replay, share it with your family, friends. It's a free event. They sign up to the website, they can see it. And then exact same thing for tomorrow. Unlimited replay access for you guys to tune in whenever you want. For everybody on other platforms, portaltoascension.org if you want to tune in for the live event tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Julie. Love you.
Love you. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.